YouTube. My left eyelid is twitching, and it's so fucking frustrating. I can't stop it. Oh my god, it's the worst. Okay, better news though. Unreal 5.7.1 released, which means we get some patches and fixes. I don't know what's been fixed. Hopefully things that I had a problem with. Isn't that always the case? It's pretty fast though for a fix. I mean, they just released 5.7 like, what, 2 weeks ago? Maybe it was with some of the new stuff though, like state trees. I think moved to main. Or, no, maybe, or not to main, but to, out of beta. PCG probably a lot of fixes for. Nanite foliage maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I could look at the patch notes, but I don't know. I'll pull up the patch notes. We'll just skim it. We'll skim it. UE 5.7. I literally just saw that this released 2 minutes ago. What do we got? Editor becomes unresponsive when moving camera toward if path tracing view mode is an okay. That's probably a good fix. Metahuman stuff. Skeletal mesh. Cache issues. Blah blah blah. More crashes. Depth of field flickering. Crashes. PCG. I kind of wish they would do a better job of like organizing these patch notes. But, you know, I'm not going to complain about fixes and patches, so that's a good thing. Oh. We're doing more refactoring today. It was a fun day yesterday doing the first bit of refactoring though. It was pretty chill. I like it. It'll have good results too. What's weird though is I think, you know, making a game like this with all these special mechanics, we might not even use that many of them. I guess we'll see though. I guess we'll see. Ugh. Get out of here, dust. Alright, today the spinning obstacles and bounce pads need to receive the same treatment as we gave the timed and moving platforms from yesterday. Good news is, too, on Saturday, I'll be meeting with the level designer and we will be talking about this game and spending a copious amount of time concepting the premise and first level. So on Monday, even though we will be doing our charity streams, we can still talk about it because we will have, we should have a really good picture of what we're going to make. Which I know people have been waiting for with bated breath. Platforms. Spinning. I don't know how much we stored in the base. Just the billboard. We could move that out of there. Yep, I'll just move that out of there and I'm gonna move it to the move it to the chat. Why do we have this spinning mesh static mesh component here? Does that actually get filled? I don't even think it's used. We'll look it up. God, this takes almost as long as Windows Explorer searching. At the very least, it is more accurate than Windows Explorer search. It's not used anywhere. I don't know why this is here then. Okay, we'll move the billboard out. Plonk, plonk. We'll keep the billboard on the base. Let's move back out here to our data. Platforms. Spinning. And we'll get this set up. That is a lot of data. Okay, ST platforms, spinning, arms, I think that's how I set it up. Rotation, Imperial. Happy Wednesday. Close enough. There was some good news. What was their good news on from last night? I really wanted to talk about it today. Shit, I don't remember. I don't fucking remember. There was something. I swear there was some gaming news from yesterday. No, not Ethan Klein drama. I don't remember. E3? No, I don't know. I just completely forgot. I will give me like 30 minutes. I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna stare at my screen and work, and I will remember it. I don't know if I named those right. I could name them better. I'm doing okay today. I don't know, nothing special. It's another day. Nothing bad, nothing good. Apart from the good thing that I saw yesterday that I do not remember. God, that's gonna bug the shit out of me today. I think I fucked up here too. Like, we have the climbable Boolean in here. I feel like that should be in the component. I mean, we could make that part of like core data for all of them. Instead of doing the component, we just do a BPI call. Maybe that's smarter. Could even move the billboard there too. I don't know. Figured it out today. Still waking up. You know how it is. What are you gonna do? I even slept pretty well last night too. Okay, no I didn't. Yeah, but I never sleep well. Me sleeping well is me not waking up and rolling around 40 times per night, but 30 times only. Ooh. I look forward to those days. Okay, we got an integer. Actor class reference. Static mesh. Reference. Into there's that feeling 5 more minutes and you end up sleeping for like 3 hours. I like the winter in a lot of respects. I'm definitely a winter enjoyer. But man, there's some really annoying aspects of winter. Better than summer? I don't know, they each have their pros and cons. One of the biggest cons of winter, apart from it just being like cold all the time, is the sunlight. Like I walk home at like 4 p.m. Dark as shit out. Sunlight pull. Yeah, this week's been horrible too. This week it has literally turned into a Silent Hill game in Poland. At least down here in Silesia. It has just been like deep fog the entire fucking day and night. It's been horrible. I feel like I'm gonna see Pyramid Head. How you doing with it? In this game we were playing gray filters, everything's dirty and awful. Oh yeah. How you doing, bird? Winter's depressing and east. Yeah, you know what I like? I like when it snows. I fucking love when it snows. And I don't know if it's just me, but it feels warmer when it's snowing than when it is not snowing. Can it reflect more light? You think that's what it is? There's something about it. If you consider every single condition to be the exact same, when it is snowing, it feels warmer. It does not feel that bad. Like, I can walk around when it's snowing and, you know, there's not much wind and I don't feel cold. I don't know how it is. It's only feeling? There's no way. Maybe I'm just gaslighting myself. And it's just, I just have confirmation bias. Why does it feel, look, we're gonna ask Gork, why does it feel more warm when it's snowing, considering all other conditions remain the same than when it isn't? Yeah, I've just been gaslighting myself. Does say cloud and precipitation act like a blanket which reduces radiative cooling? How did I manage to get a US accent? I will show you how I managed to get a US accent. This is how I have a US accent. And I lived there for like 20 something years. That's where I grew up. Understood. Yeah, I moved to Poland like 8 years ago. I was only intending to be here for like 3 years maybe, and I'm still here. But it's not a bad place to be. I'm not upset about that. It just certainly wasn't the intention to be here so long. I'm stuck here, kind of stuck here, yeah. But it's not a bad place to be stuck. It was my first time ever moving anywhere. I didn't, you know, I dropped out of high school. I didn't go to college, so I didn't move to like attend college anywhere. I hadn't moved out from my parents' house anytime before that. So the first time I ever moved out to live on my own was to go halfway around the world to fucking Poland. And it was a lot of work to integrate in some way, and you know, there was a lot of culture shock, a lot of homesickness. But I do enjoy it here, I really do. Rotator. Rotation rate. And this is spinning base config. We got a Boolean, static mesheroni, vector, and material instance array. Oh my god. Kind of annoying. Even though you know a lot of words and your listener assumes I'm a foreigner. I'm in a weird spot because I think that if people see me in Poland, they don't think that I am non-Polish. It's very weird. I fit in well, which, you know, is kind of a good thing in Poland because there is a lot of... There's not much of a desire for foreigners in Poland, I can tell you that. Especially depending, unfortunately, on skin color. A lot of that. Yeah, I'm white. I'm white. I was trying to find a more diplomatic way to say it, but yes, if you're white, you fit in well here. If you're not white, people will, at best, just not show you any sort of, I don't know, diplomatic in Poland. And yeah, I don't know, it's just, people will ignore you. I mean, people ignore you anyway, it's Poland, right? It's very much like there's still this post-Soviet mentality of just, if you know somebody, you say hi. If you don't know somebody, you say fucking nothing. Unless you need to, like, you dropped something on the ground and somebody picked it back up for you, you know, you say thank you for that. But it's more just like, there's reasonable history behind Poland's desire to remain primarily Polish. Like, they're neighbors with Germany. Germans are very nice now. They weren't always so nice. Nowadays, though, tensions are pretty decent between Poles and Germans. But they're also neighbors with Russia. They're afraid that they will become even closer neighbors with Russia, depending on how things end up in Ukraine. There's not much love for Ukrainians anymore, unfortunately, in the political sphere of Poland. And you have Belarusians trying to enter Poland, and this causes issues too. The most friendly of neighbors I think Poland has are the Czechs. But some actual Polish person can correct me if I'm wrong. It's a very weird situation here in Poland. And there's very, like, strong Catholicism. Most are friends we have border with? Yeah, we do, with Kaliningrad. A tiny little military state that Russia controls. Like in each country, you should be able to find extremely nice people. Yes, and it's not that I'm not trying to imply in any sort of way that foreigners in Poland or people with different skin colors to whiteness are unfriendly. Quite the opposite. I have never seen anyone. I haven't really seen any problems caused in Poland from anybody. You know, the worst that'll happen is some drunks yelling at each other at night. But they don't really cause any harm to anybody else. They just ask you for money so they can go into Żabka and buy some beer. And you tell them you have no cash and they just move on. Belarus to me is Arabic. It sounds to me like without Russians. Belarus is in an interesting spot. You know, they're next to Russia, which means that they probably have some people who are sympathetic. They have people who aren't sympathetic. It's a shitty, I don't know. This whole region of the world is very special. Not always in the best of ways. White Russia. I don't know why it was named that. Don't ask me. I'm no history major. I'm a nothing major. When they ask you to list your education on websites, I don't even have the ability to choose. There's no drop-down selection for high school dropout. It's always minimum high school or equivalent diploma. I don't even have that. So don't ask me on matters of history. What needs to be? I think it's the arms data. First, let me have rotation data. Core data. Spinning base. There's a lot of like medieval feuding still going on. And people, I don't know, it's like even the region of Poland that I live in right now, people will consider themselves more Silesian than Poland. A lot of the older folk. It's very weird. Unique dialects. It's crazy. would be boring otherwise. Yeah, it's all I can say is Poland is very safe, and at least in like the big cities, because that's where I've lived. You know, like Katowice, Kraków, Warszawa. They're a lot more progressive than you'll see in like some of the more extreme Catholic areas where you might have those anti-gay marches. But for the most part, Poland at worst people will ignore you if they feel like you're an outsider. I've never really seen any direct hatred or violence towards people, especially of different ethnicities, or if they are have different sexualities, and that's really good to see. Poland is really safe. It's generally quite nice. It improves at a very fast rate. You know, people are making more and more money here every year. Just the price of housing is kind of the most annoying aspect, but that's everywhere. Everywhere in Europe, everywhere in US for sure too. Dropped out of high school as well in the last year, severely depressed. Yeah, pretty much the same for me too. I mean, some of my classes I was getting like A's and B's, and others I was failing. It was just, I don't know. It was weird. I was a weird kid. Oh, we need to add the billboard stuff here too. I don't know what we named it in the other. Let me check what I named it in the other ones. Is it okay with you if you criticize my first game idea on Steam? I mean, do you want me to criticize it specifically and not just share my ideas? I mean, our first released game as a studio is nothing special either. And it's not like it was universally well received. Quite the opposite. I'm glad we made it though. I'm really glad that we put it out there. Gotta start somewhere, right? Yeah, making is learning. I agree. Love to hear your thought though. Go for it. I mean, number one, you put it up on Steam. Knowing how much work it takes to get your game on Steam. What can I really say? Released it in 2023, you're still working on it until this day. Is it making you money? Is that why you're able to still work on it? Or you just, you know, you're just so passionate about it that you're just pumping time into it? Pumping some time into it? I think that's smart. If you can afford to do that, I think it's worth it. By all means, share it. I'm not about to... The worst I can say is that it just isn't a game that's meant for me. If it is. Graphics are flash. Like, well, I can't make any better graphics, I can tell you that. Play as an intelligent cloud and with powerful weather abilities like rain, lightning, and snow to defeat aliens who are causing natural disasters on prehistoric Earth. That is a wild premise. Certainly more interesting than any AAA game recently. Restore the environment and help the primitive Earthlings in randomly generated levels. Got RNG generated levels? Pretty cool. I've never done anything like that. You know, I really like the simplistic UI. You know, you might be upset with your own graphical capabilities, but honestly, a lot of the games that I'll see that look like this have really shoddy looking UI. And I mean, like I said, most importantly, you have your game up on Steam and you're just continuing to work on it. These character designs are wild. In a good way. Used to play Flash games a lot when you were a kid. Dude, who didn't? Those were the bomb. You guys ever play Neopets? I can definitely tell you played a lot of Flash games as a kid. But it feels really good in that, like, Flash way. The twin stick shooter, okay. You have to rain on this shit. Okay, you want my honest opinions? Not only am I really happy that you haven't given up working on this, I just think that you should. Like, the movement and controls look really polished. Seriously. I think it's really nice. How happy are you with the art of the game? Who put the enemies in this game? You have to clean it up with rain. 5/10 to the art. You know what this, like, fly reminds me of? It reminds me of Tomorrow Corporation games. Like World of Goo and stuff. Wait, Tomorrow... Yeah, that's Tomorrow Corporation. That is. These guys. Because when I see a game like this, I do see really polished mechanics and really good feeling. Like, I can tell that you've put so much time into refining it. Though I think if you could find like a unique, intriguing, captivating art style, maybe work with an artist on it or commission one, which I know is, it all requires money, right? Or requires you to just magically meet the perfect person, which... who the fuck can do that? I think it would help it stand out. I don't think the game is bad. I just think that it has trouble standing out because it looks like junior developer slop. But it doesn't feel like junior developer slop. But people will look at the screenshots and unfortunately they're gonna like click away before they give it a chance. But I think that if you watch the trailer, it really looks nice. One thing that might help is throwing up a demo as well. I don't know how reasonable that is for you to make, but if you can throw up a demo with like 30 minutes of gameplay, that might help get you some more sales. which would be pretty cool. I can only say don't give up on this, because what you're making is not bad. I just think some of the presentation can be improved. And that's coming from somebody who doesn't know how to make art that even looks like this. I really can't. I just can't do art. So you're already miles above me with that. Have you used up all of your marketing boosts on Steamworks yet? Out of curiosity? If you know what I'm talking about. So if you go into your app, in the marketing and visibility section, not this section, although this is interesting, by all means you guys can take a look at this. I don't need to hide any of this or anything. We don't have a publisher. Trying to find the right point. Curator Connect could help. I don't know if you can do this after the game is already released. It says regardless of the current release date. So I would say there's some potential for this too, to send it out to curators. Localized. Okay, so. Okay, a lot of good questions here. Yeah, what are the localized prices like for this game? They're following Steam. There's a few that you might need to adjust manually, but for the most part, this is great. Of course, keeping it auto. You can take a look at some other games like. What's one that does localized prices? Probably Stardew Valley. They do a bit. Kind of hard to follow. Not important. Honestly, this is fine, not important. Let's see here. More languages would be nice. You'd be surprised how many people might come out from outside of your target language. Yeah, I'll tell you about curators. Give me 1 second. I want to find this thing that I'm looking for, and I can't fucking find it. It's not in here, is it? No. We had over 300 wish lists for a free fucking game? Wait, what? Okay. You just play it. You don't have to wish list it. Just jump in. Why can't I find it? Is it back here? Maybe in our dashboard? No. Made a small mistake. Oops. I swear it was in here. I swear maybe I'm just looking in the wrong place. It is in here. Visibility rounds. So you can run update visibility rounds, which highlight your product, a major product update on the front page of Steam. And so if you do have like something big to push, you can select these rounds of updates, and you can only do 5 of them. It's good if you haven't used those yet. But I would say this. I would say, here's my pathway towards generating some more visibility and revenue. First thing before anything that you focus on marketing, play the smart. I think unique art style of some sort. Which is easier said than done, of course, right? Demo would be a big one to have up. You haven't gone to Next Fest yet, right? You said you joined the festival. Have you gone to Next Fest? You would need a demo to do that, so I don't know if you've done it yet. Although Next Fest is kind of getting worse these days. Still isn't bad though. Any visibility is better than nothing. If you're unfamiliar, the Steam Next Fest is the one where you get to show your demo, and you can only do it once per game, forever. So if you haven't done that yet, that could be worth doing, but I would only do that once you actually have like that big massive update to do, because that will basically work as one of these visibility rounds. What do you think if I change to this art style? I'd have to see a mock-up of how it looks. I think that unique, consistent creature designs will be big. I think backgrounds could help a lot, though. Because they take up the most space on your page, right? Or, like, the backgrounds. And I think with good-looking backgrounds, with some nice parallax, a lot of depth to them, you know, that could look really great. Maybe if we consider a game like, let's just take a look at fucking Metal Slug, right? You know, there's a lot of depth to these backgrounds. It is pixel art. It is pixel art, but there's just a lot of complexity and interesting stuff to it, you know? I'm not saying that this is a recipe for success, but this might be one area. I don't know, if you could pay an artist on like Fiverr or something to maybe just drop a concept, or find an artist that you know that could, even if you want to do it yourself, because if you do it yourself, at least you'll remain consistent, right? But I think like the details, sticking with the art style, I think that when I look at this, I love spiders, so obviously I'm going to say I love spiders. I love the flies. The inaccurate proportions, they're silly, they're wild. If you make all of the creatures with this kind of methodology, that's going to help a lot. I like the emotions that you see on the cloud. Add in some like silly, unique creatures as well that you can fight. You want to make a new trailer too at some point, because I noticed that your trailer wasn't bad in presentation, but it is, you know, only up to like 900p, so you're gonna want to push that up to 1080. Unique art style demo, new trailer, and screenshots, honestly. Once you get to that, because after you update everything, you're gonna want to take new screenshots. This is not ordered, but I'll try to kind of order this. You're a solo dev, I don't really, I'm not gonna be upset if you use AI to localize, but I have noticed localizing the Steam page itself helps a lot. Achievements will help too. You'd be surprised, but there are quite a few people that will buy a game just for like achievements. And they're really easy to set up. Yeah, there are achievement hunters. New Steam page details with GIFs will help. Again, it's one of those things that sounds kind of silly, But people like when they see store pages with like pretty stuff. Doesn't have to be crazy. Just movement. I don't remember They did increase the size of pages recently, and I think these are now not the right size, but I don't know. But yeah, achievement icons and stuff can help too, and just achievements in general. They also provide good metrics too. So if you see like maybe you have different levels, right? And so if players complete level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you can have achievements for each of those, and you can see, okay, 70% of players get up to level 3, but then only 20% of players have completed level 4. So maybe level 4 is improperly balanced. Maybe there are some issues. You know, those metrics can provide you with some useful information. What the gifts should demonstrate? I think the gifts should just be something that sells the game to the player. Like maybe like a cool boss fight. Maybe some fast movement to show how the player controls and what the, you know, kind of skill ceiling looks like for some stuff. Maybe part of the story or like a really funny moment. Just, yes, exactly. Why should you buy the game? Yeah, that kind of stuff. The hook, the selling points, exactly, you got it. So, unique art style, new Steam page details with GIFs, localization for the game and Steam page, which AI can help if you want to use it if you're on a budget. Achievements, then demo. Hold on. If we want to put this in order, new trailer screenshots, demo. You're then going to want to go to Next Fest. If you haven't done so already, join Next Fest with all that stuff because that's your big update. I don't know if you already joined the Next Fest. Are you 100% sure on that? Yeah, it only allows one per game. Okay, that's fine. Update visibility round. I would also just double check, even before you do the demo, double check pricing. Although I think your $5 is more than okay. I don't know how many hours of gameplay you roughly have. You have partial controller support, that's nice. You don't have enough sales yet probably to have access to like trading cards. I don't even think I do. 30 to 40 minutes per run. You say per run, does that mean one per each of these? $20 to $4. $20 to $4. Five level. Homework for you. I might take a look at games in this similar vein, like in this similar genre, and see how much time it takes to complete their levels on average, and try to redesign your levels to aim for that amount of time. I fear that 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes might be way too long for some of these levels. Aiming for like 10 to 20 will reduce the gameplay loop, but might give you the opportunity to make each level a bit more unique and focused. And you can always aim for like some secrets, some achievements that are, you know, you have to go back to the level to complete. That helps replayability and engagement. But I think if you asked players to do that with 40-minute level times, that would be too much. I would aim for 10 to 20 minutes. But like I said, I just don't know. I haven't sat down and played like these games and counted how long it takes to beat their levels. But I would imagine that 10 to 20 minutes is like the sweet spot. Do you have a tutorial? Basic instruction. Get some play testers and see if that is good enough. Because it might be, you know, it's kind of one of those games that I don't think needs something super significant, and having those basic instructions might be enough. Hard to judge though without seeing it or playing it. Yeah, aim for 15. I would also say demo tutorial 2 levels, update visibility round, and that lasts for how long? 2 weeks or something? Yeah, you want to avoid big sales too between this. You want to do this during a in-between sales. Why don't I see it? Oh, it will, wait, launches for up to 3 days, 30 days. Doesn't really say. You're going to do this first. Demo, and then send to curators. I'll explain what curators are because I remember that you asked about that. Don't think it needs a tutorial? Fair enough then. Put out... I do mean this. Aim for 15 levels, 5 each in 3 distinct biomes. 10 to 20 minutes of gameplay each. I know that's a lot. I know it's a lot. You know, you want to tease people, right? 2 in biome 1, 1 in biome 2. 1 boss level. I mean, that can be part of like biome 1, so let's just say mini boss or something, right? Just like show them intro, what another biome looks like, and the biomes should feel distinct in gameplay too, in types of enemies. Send to curators, and you're going to do that. You're going to let that sit for like 2 weeks until you feel like enough curators have seen it and provided their feedback or their recommendations and written reviews. And then you do the update visibility round with a big, you know, like let's say 2.0 update or something. You know you're going to want to make the graphics for this, talk about it a bit, and I think that will lead to some sales. As for what curators are, so we actually have a curator group ourselves. Let me see if I can find it. So groups and individuals can create curator groups that will allow them to write reviews for games that appear on these games Steam page. So if I go to like this Asbury Pines that I just wrote one on, you'll see a curator recommendation here if you're following that curator. And this will also appear on the front page as well, where you can see curator recommendations right here. So this helps a lot with visibility for people who are following it. So by sending out that curator connect, those curator connect keys, they will be shown. Let me see if I can go back to it. In pending games. So this would like appear to me here and in my email, and then I would accept that game and write a review on it. And then those reviews and curator recommendations would appear on the front page for people following those. So that can be a really good way to generate some visibility by targeting specific people who are looking for your types of games. Ligma, thanks Ascari for the resub.
Ascari podkreślenie X podkreślenie just subscribed, Ligma.
True. So when a curator sets up their page, they can set the types of games. I forget where they do this. They can set the types of games that they primarily play or review. So there might be like one of the ones that I follow is like building and tycoon type games, and they have a lot of followers. And so if you are making a building or tycoon type game, you might want to send your key to them, because then they will review that, and all the people that follow them, which is 122,000 people, will get shown that game. So that could be really nice. Ligma with the X was golden. So yeah, I hope this helped. You can screenshot what I've written here if you want. Thank you for the feedback. Well, I'm glad that I could help. I hope this helps in some way. I know it's a lot of work, especially, you know, some of those first, you know, unique art style and making a shit ton more levels, a lot of work. But if this is your passion, I really urge you to keep following it, because I think that your game really does look like it's shaping up well. And I think with a bit more pushing on like some of the art stuff and amount of gameplay, it'll get a lot more visibility. And as you start generating more money, you can just churn that right back into the game, right? You make, I don't know, a couple $1,000s from sales. You can just start to commission more art from the artists that you're working with and just pump out more content, and you'll feel a bit more financially safe. So I think you're doing a good job. And once you get more sales too, then you'll start to unlock, you know, Steam trading cards, which can generate some more traffic for your game too. But you're doing well. You're doing well. Data table row handle. Can't parse default value false. Same. Fucking same. ST, this was ST platforms. Spinning. That's the one. All right, let's make macros for this. Get arms data. Jesus Christ. It's a lot of info. Ever go back and play Star Citizen? We played it for... I don't actually know how long I played it for total. Probably close to like 30 to 40 hours during the free fly. Enough that I will definitely consider buying a game package. But not yet. It feels very much like I would be spending 60, 70 bucks on a high fidelity early access game with a lot of controversy around its development that I'm still wary about it. It's got a good foundation, but it needs to be stabilized. It needs more depth, needs more content, and I don't mean like more cities to explore, because I think that's great, but it's just like they have all these cool items, cool weapons, awesome ships, and like there's no balance around any of it. And so it's like, okay, there's no point in me finding fashion because there's not much rarity to it. There's no player-driven economy behind it. I can't really sell any loot that I find for any real money to any vendors. There's cool weapons, but again, same kind of issue. So I can just buy most of the stuff in the stores anyway. Commodity trading is kind of a crapshoot. It doesn't really affect the economy or player economy in any way. You know, it's like it's all, they got the pieces, but none of the systems that utilize the pieces. And because there aren't any systems that utilize those, there isn't any emergent gameplay around those systems from the players yet. I know they're talking about doing some stuff, especially with like building your own bases and stuff, but it's not there yet. And for me, you know, spending $60 right now is a lot of money, so I'm just gonna wait. I'll wait. Maybe check back on the next free fly. I need 5 more select. Main motivation is really for me just to find ways to make money through salvage mining contracts. I do like the contracts. The biggest issue I had with doing the contracts though during the free fly was that they are really buggy. And I just don't, you know, there's not much to them yet. Like, I love the reputation system. I think that's fucking fantastic. But a lot of the reputation unlocks are either just non-existent or they aren't super impactful. You know, you don't really feel like you've unlocked anything majorly special when you rank up. And there isn't like a, I don't know, like a Kovalex, right? Is like the big planetary shipping company, like the Amazon of the game. But it'd be really cool if there was like a Kovalex guild that you had to be a certain rank to get into, and there were certain armor pieces or even ships or ship paints. Is something, you know, that gives me an incentive to work towards that, because the incentive for me to work towards ranking up in Kovalex is, oh, you get to now take, wait for it, even bigger hauls that will make you less money per hour and are more annoying to complete than these smaller ones. Are you excited? So it's like, you know, it's like, I like doing it, but incentive is money and rep that unlocks maybe more money. Yeah, it's there. It's there, but if you said, okay, Joey, you got to sit down for like a week and design how to use this reputation system that we have working on like a functional level. How do we make it engaging? How do we bring players back from contract to contract? And how do we get them to feel, oh, I'll sleep or I'll stop playing, but just one more contract? You know, how do we create that feeling? I feel like I could do it, but they need to still make that. What do you think about the new trend of AAA games costing $80-$90? I will pay $80 to $90 if a game feels like it's worth $80 to $90. Do I feel like most modern AAA games are worth $80 to $90? No. No. Would I have paid $80 for Red Dead Redemption 2? Yes. Would I have paid $80 for Outer Worlds 2? Anyway. A little bit of spaghetti, but it's just for a macro. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. It's an annoying... It's a pretty chunky macro, but it'll be fine. Most of this is just used in the construction script anyway. But I can say my time playing Star Citizen recently did change my opinion about the game. And I'm glad that we decided to do that, because I would have just kind of regurgitated what I had heard, which was not very positive about the game. But I came feeling mixed feelings about it, but better than I had thought that I would feel. Recombine. It was good. I liked it. Just, it needs balancing, love. Are they hiring for a balancer? Even part-time? Because I would take it. I'd balance the fuck out of that game. Actually, I know why they don't balance it right now. I mean, it's kind of like an early access game. You don't want to balance it because you want players to easily access all the content so that it can be very quickly and easily tested. I just wish it was balanced, because as a player, you know, I want to feel that balance. It would be good if there were two. I know there is a public test server. If in my opinion, they should leave it the way it is for the public test server, but balance the regular. Like right now they make their money off of player engagement, and I think that they would get more engagement with better balance. Star Citizen is the one where they raised 500 million. You are very wrong about that. It's actually twice that amount. The thing is, right now, PTU server is way more stable than live. Really? That's pretty wild. I mean, okay, I'll say this. Like, also the ships, the amount of care and effort and level of detail they put into the ships is fucking incredible. It's amazing. Like, the game is so immersive on that level. But there's kind of some inconsistency between like older ships and how much polish they have versus the newer ships. Like, I bought the Argo Raft, right? It doesn't feel nearly as polished up in terms of like the buttons that you can press to move around the different levels of the ship. It felt kind of buggy. A lot of times the elevator would bug out, or I would fall through it. Kind of annoying. But yeah, they've raised almost $1 billion. It's one of the most expensive games ever made. Rotation rate. What do you guys want to play next week, by the way? For our charity streams. Oh, and also we have the list of games too that they are going to do. That you can get with the bundle. I would only ask though, if any of this looks interesting to you, save your money and you can donate to me through our Jingle Jam link. We don't keep any of this money. It all is going directly to Make-A-Wish Foundation. So if you're looking for any of these games, you can pay $35 and get all of these. And all the money that you spend will go towards Make-A-Wish. Our goal will be $100. I hope we can reach it. And then of course, any money we make after that will continue to go to Make-A-Wish. But it'll be through an official, proper link. Not our usual donation links. I might just remove our donation link during that time because I don't want people to get confused about which one to donate to give the money to charity. But we'll play for a couple days, 2 to 3 days we'll do for the charity. And all the proceeds go to Make-A-Wish. Think they're actually spending that money on the game? Yes. I just don't think that they're spending it. They're not spending it in a way that I would spend it. But I think they are spending it in the way that is necessary to keep the game moving forward. What I mean by that is that it is a game that right now relies entirely on the funding of whales and people purchasing new ships. They are focusing a lot on making the game look good, with lots of ways to spend your money, instead of focusing on deeply expanding mechanics and systems. That's where I would spend my money if I had, if I were making the game. The thing is that wouldn't generate as much revenue, and that could put the entire project in jeopardy. They're kind of just in this catch-22 where they are so big that they need a specific amount of money to keep moving forward, and to do that, they have to focus on certain things over other things. It's a bit of a problem. I don't know. If you hired me and you said, okay, you're in charge of the game now, what do our next updates look like? I would say, okay, the first update is going to be the biggest technical and performance update this game has ever seen. That's it. That's the only thing that's going to be happening. Now, in the meantime, we do have a team of artists, so they're going to continue to work on ships that have already been pledged and operate those with a small core team of QA in order to ensure that they are decently made. And we could probably ship those along with the performance updates as well. Designers are going to focus entirely on redesigning from scratch all of the contracts in the game, though it may not be ready because our programmer is going to be too busy fixing bugs and issues. So that's going to be done for the next update. The next update is going to be the deepening of, let's say, half of the contract types in the game. You know, that's kind of where I would start. That's where I would start. Get base config data. Okay, that should be all the macros we need. We do need to set up some defaults in here. So let's do that. Yelly. More streamer drama. Another day, another nickel. The only good streamer drama that I'm happy with is that that Nina woman was banned. Hopefully permanently. Knowing Twitch, probably for 3 days maximum. Oh. Trash platform. Trash platform. Say if I made a game and some whale spent $1 million on it, I'd be happy to focus on just them, to be honest. Yeah, this is your game now. What do you want to do? Well, okay, so here's the thing, Yuli. If I got a little bit angry playing Arc Raiders, right? A little bit salty, and I dropped the F slur on somebody through voice chat, I would be instantly permanently banned, or like banned for a week. But if I go and steal food from a store and then laugh about it on stream, but I'm a woman, nobody bats an eye. There's a lot of female privilege on this platform. That much I can say. What are the defaults on this? Child arm. Mesh is platform base. Trans and Asian. I mean, I don't even care about. I don't know. There's a very obvious motivation to protect people with certain political views, and that fit within certain camps. I don't care if she is trans. It doesn't matter. Where's the debug? Oh, it's up here. Editor only. Default, okay. Show base in game, yes. Base mesh. None. Those are our defaults. Okay. Oh, and we already have some descriptions on these. That's right, I did write descriptions for these. Oh, that saves so much time. No, you're cool, Yuli. I just gotta make sure I say that so that nobody takes me the wrong way. Different Dan Clancy. Isn't he dead? Isn't the Dan Clancy who was who the writer? No, he's. It's not Dan Clancy. It was Tim Clancy. Wait. It wasn't Dan. It's not Dan Clancy. It's something else. Is it Dan? Tom Clancy. That's Tom Clancy. Isn't he dead now? I'm gonna feel really bad if he's... He is dead. That's right. He died in 2013. Fucking sad, man. Rip Tom Clancy. Making me second guess myself. His writing matches Ubisoft's quality. Was he just better at like creating scenarios? Because I never read any of his books. I don't know if you have, you know, let me know, of course. But was he just better at writing like cool scenarios and stuff and cool worlds, but not very good at piecing together a story? I think we need to rethink this climbable Boolean and how we get it, because we kind of have it in like so many different ways, and I don't think it's very well built. We're gonna refactor that for all the shit today. You know what has great world building but is really fucked up? Made in Abyss. I love that show. I love the world. But that is, it's just like, it's so traumatic. What already got his fame from his attention for details and military hardware oh, so it's like automized weaponism instead of weaponized autism. Like if you showed him some Stalker mods. Material override. Why is this here? Oh, that's not the right one. You order Ubisoft to do the same. I think that, you know, I've tried playing a lot of Stalker mods. I'm not sure I'm big into the let's add so much realism that the game gets bogged down by you having to pick apart every single component of your gun and clean it and maintain it manually. I'm glad that that exists because there are people who want that. I'm not so sure it's meant for me though. I do like that it is one-click install with GOG. I think that's fucking fantastic. Because Stalker is a painfully horrible to mod. It's gotten so much better over the years too. And turn that off in the settings. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that you mentioned that because I didn't know that. 32, but yeah, the X-ray engine is a bit, well, anybody who's played the Stalker series or who's tried to mod it, yeah, we know the X-ray engine. All too well. Alright, you see this construction script? We gotta plug in our new variables to it. Ugh. Why is it so white? Why did the 5.71 hotfix for Unreal make all the comments default blindingly white? It's kind of annoying. Look, I don't mind alternative history. If they want to make a game about Yasuke, fine. It was a little bit too alternative for me. I mean, I'm sure that there are some people that love what they made. It just wasn't meant for me. Something like Ghost of Tsushima or Ghost of Yotei is way more my interest. Like at a certain point, it's just some of the choices are just a bit too silly. Being able to romance Oda Nobunaga's sister, who at that time was married and had children. Weird. And it's a little bit tone deaf for people that culturally hold a lot of reverence and have a lot of care for their history. Very tone deaf game, put it that way. Oh, we need to make a data table for this. Well, they've never made any of the Assassin's Creed games historically accurate, to be fair.
Shiitake?
Good question. Fuck off, autosave. They did use the term. I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you. They did use this term. You are right. But I mean, if you're looking for like that lo-fi kind of Samurai Champloo, Cowboy Bebop kind of thing, they have that in Ghost of Yotei. With the Watanabe mode. I didn't say his name there for a second. This is the composer for Samurai Champloo. And this is an optional mode that you can play in the game. Built in. And I think that's really cool. Pretty chill, I like that. I'm gonna come to PC next year or so and not play it until 2030 because of my backlogs. At least, oh no, they're not doing the Black Friday deals anymore. That's kind of sad. Some of them look like they're still active though. If you haven't played Ghost of Tsushima yet, this was just on sale, so I know it's gonna look kind of sad that it's 60 mature. Shut up. This is fucking fantastic. This was great. I'm surprised Asmund has a whole bunch of stuff about Ghost of Yotei and Tsushima, but he's never played this. Although I don't really want to watch the English version of it. I don't know. It's weird to me to hear the English in a game like this. The Shaolin where I'm baiting his followers. He does do that a lot, especially recently. I feel like he had a pretty good time where he was just trying to get to playing more games instead of talking about like politics and stuff, because he said he was more happy with doing that. And then he just kind of went back to politics and stuff. I don't know. I don't mind once in a while watching streamer drama. But too much of it, obviously, I just have no fucking interest in. But I'd really rather just sit down and play some awesome games and have fun with it. But I don't think his political takes are always bad. I don't agree with some of them. I agree with others. Like everybody else in the world. So recent video he said he would rather play video games off stream. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know if you guys would agree, but I'd much rather just watch him play something like 5 Hearts under one roof than 10 videos about streamer drama or politics. I just don't care anymore. But at least, you know, him playing some funny little romance game is entertaining. Okay, spinning root. That's a component. Let's go one bit at a time here. Climbable needs to be refactored. This whole thing needs to be refactored. I'll just delete that for now. We know we need to do it. Pirate Software made a whole stream of complaining about people are being racist. He loves Assassin's. I think that there are people that were being racist towards Assassin's Creed Shadows. And in fairness to Ubisoft, they didn't know that the wiki page and a lot of the information about Yasuke was completely fabricated, or was most likely completely fabricated by one individual. I mean, how do you predict that happening? I think there are some interesting tales you could tell about Yasuke. But I mean, the first thing you do when you develop a game like that is you determine whether or not you have any competition and whether or not you can stand out from competition. And one of the things people loved about Ghost of Tsushima was how historically and culturally accurate it was. And so they're like, okay, let's make an Assassin's Creed game set in Japan. What is our competition doing well, you know, so that we can follow it? Oh, they're being historically and culturally accurate. Let's do the opposite. Like, I mean, this is just obvious. They should have seen this coming from a mile away. I don't know. It's weird because it's just like, who was the game made for? And then there were some weird decisions with like the music choices. There was inaccuracy about, you know, in certain aspects of the game anyway. Then they had the controversies with being able to destroy the shrines. It's just like, they fumbled. They fumbled hard. They didn't have to, but they did. Ghost is not historically accurate. She doesn't have two big balloons. Shut up. I mean, you are right though. Like, jokes aside, Ghost of Tsushima is not 100% historically accurate, but it is enough historically accurate that you can tell that they actually tried. And they're like, okay, we're gonna take some creative liberties here, but it is not going to be at the expense of like the Japanese people and the Japanese culture and their history. Because obviously, people, you know, the Japanese love anime. How many animes set in historical times are accurate? Most, none of them. But when you can tell when there's the intention, like, okay, we're gonna get this stuff right, and this stuff we're gonna have some fun with. That's really what matters, I think. Low poly Gary's mod quality level of animation. And the Ghost of Yonce. That's one option. Look at the unavoidable spaghetti. Oh well. Shit happens. Oops. I can't watch any stuff about Attack on Titan because I'm supposed to watch Attack on Titan, but I haven't seen it yet. Added to a very long list of stuff that me and my wife are trying to get to. Right now we're getting through Gintama. And our pace is not nearly as fast as my wife wishes it was. That's annoying. Can't do anything about it. mean, I could throw this in a function. They added it to their lore? I hope I'll like Attack on Titan. Like, obviously don't spoil anything for me, but... there's a lot of good stuff that I just don't think is necessarily my cup of tea. I think I will. I'm one of those weird people that... you know, I love, like... I love the stuff that people would often consider boring and filler. Even though it's... you know, if it's written by the author, it's not filler. I prefer original Naruto to Shippuden. I'm one of those people. Friend wasn't laughing at anything, Kintama? Oof. I think Gintama is more hit than miss. But sometimes some of the episodes I don't laugh too much at. Others I think are really funny. I think what it gets really well are the characters. Something like Attack on Titan. Well, I'm sure I'll like it because I've heard really good things about the story. Yeah, this we need to refactor. Oh my god. We'll get to that. Thought he would like Gintama is so wrong, it was so painful. I've done that with my wife a few times. She's absolutely horrible with liking things. I can say this because she either isn't awake yet or she is... no, she's probably awake. But she's probably working right now. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. She like, I don't even know at this point. Hopefully. She's stuck with me now. I'm taking half of what she owns if she divorces me. Idiot. Take half of my Unreal Engine fork, but I don't even fork it. You can take half of my projects. Take all the prototype code. Half of the blueprints. I have a base mesh setup? Or are the old ones getting the cylinder? Are we adding that manually? I could change the default. Like the breadwinner? Yes, currently. I don't make any money doing this. One day I will. We need this to be instance editable. This to be instance editable. Some PUBG game I developed. I saw that. It's an extraction shooter, right? We'll see what turns out. Go play another extraction shooter. We'll see if it's different. People ever heard of genre fatigue? People still keep buying it. I don't know. I mean, people are still buying the shitty slop, you know, job simulator type games. So I don't know. Like some of them are good. Some of them are good, some of them are chill, they're relaxing, they're easy, right? And a lot of times people just want that. They just want something that they can rely on, that they can come home to and isn't going to ruin their life. But there's a lot of these that are just people trying to ride the wave. They ask ChatGPT, you know, what can we make that hasn't been made before? And it'll spit out 20 answers. I don't know, it's... What are you gonna do? Checking for slider and value ranges that we have here. Only want us for number of arms. We maxed it at 8. Are they fucked up? What did I set up wrong? Not even the base is showing. Hobo simulator. I The desire to trend chase is very strong. You know, it's you hear a lot about, oh, just make this game and you can make tons of money. It's like, well, I don't want to make that kind of game. People are like, well, just do it to make money. It's like, well, I don't want to make that kind of game. What am I supposed to do? Just dispassionately work on a game? Just so I can play some blackjack and hookers in real life? No. Oh, probably because the base mesh scale is 0. That would explain a lot. That's better. Where are my arms? Child arm scale is 0. That would explain a lot too. I still don't see them though. Because it didn't update. Why didn't it update? Oh, because I put the defaults in the wrong spot. Okay, that's better. Chase a good trend, make a Rainbow Six Siege clone that's rare and will work. People are stuck with Rainbow because they have no other... Yeah, let me just quickly make a multiplayer shooter. Let me just click the button. Blueprint's an example of someone not chasing trends. Agree. Agree. I think that the long game is to not chase trends. But I can understand people chasing the trends to make a quick buck. I just have no desire to do it. I haven't played Dispatch yet. I've heard good things about it. I've also heard some bad things. I know it's kind of intended for old Telltale fans, which I would be one. I've also heard that the choices don't really mean anything, though. It would have made a better TV show than a game, so I don't really know. But I gotta try it myself. That's only things that I've heard. Doesn't have to be online, just like Escape from Duckov. Yeah, but even making Escape from Duckov, still not an easy game to make. I don't know. For me, I'd rather just work on like an immersive sim or an RPG. But I like this game idea too. Nah, I don't think 300's good. $350 would have been better. Oh, I see, Ely. I get what you mean now. It would have been a better TV show rather than a QTE game. Drumux, did you play the old like Telltale games? Like, how would you compare it to, I don't know, Wolf Among Us, Walking Dead? Does it play the same as those? Does it play worse? Better? Is it just better production value with a lot of recognizable names and voices? Base Mesh is not using the new. Gameplay Dispatch is kind of keck. I saw like Co-Carnage, or it was like Dan's Gaming saying that they like the mini games. Full on Western cartoon high production. Wolf Among Us was amazing. I mean, it was such a good world too. I feel like there's still a big market for well-made games using existing book and series IPs, like licenses is the proper term. So many opportunities for that, and it just hasn't been really explored yet. Stalker Gamma has stolen assets? What's the proof of that? Not denying it, I just want to see what has been alleged to be stolen. Oh, we're doing the validated get here. Brightside Movement, thanks for the raid.
Brightside Movement raided my stream with 8 viewers.
Hi people, happy Wednesday. Thank you so much. What were you working on today? You're probably tired, I know. I won't bombard you with too many questions. Well, thank you so much. Give me the deets. All the devil work is smooth. I hope it is too. But it probably won't be. There's gonna be bugs. You know there's gonna be bugs. Ugh, gotta fit that up there. Pull that back a bit. Squeak it in. Okay, still not enough space. We're gonna new map getting all the right rotations and transforms for all the logic. Oh boy. Don't tell me you're having to work with the Q word. Quaternions. I wish for your sanity that you don't have to deal with quaternions. But you said rotation, and man, I don't have good feelings. We are refactoring the platforming mechanics for a game that we're working on. I'm cleaning them up a bit, providing some more support for data table driven configuration as an option. You don't have to use that for the level designer, and then we can start to work on the main level. But this Saturday, I'll be meeting with our level designer to talk about the game, about the level. And we should come back with a pretty good idea of what we want to make. But he's similar to me. He works better brainstorming off of someone rather than working in a vacuum. Didn't catch what you said. You hope it's not. I hope you're not working with quaternions. You said you're working with rotations. But every time I have to work with rotations, it always ends up coming back to quaternions. And it annoys me. Sounds like he's a game dev. Okay, base mesh should be updated. Good. Why are those the old arms? Why are those the temporary arm? Those shouldn't be the temporary arms. Oh, because they are supposed to use a child arm actor. Those were bounce pads. Or those should be bounce pads. Yeah, I can fix it. I think they're supposed to be bounce pads. Yeah, there they are. I'll worry about that in a second. First, we need to safely remove all the old variables. Just learn about quaternions. Baby, gotta go watch a video on second act. No, don't watch a video because I don't know about how to talk about them. I only know how to visualize them. Like point on a sphere. I get that. If you ask me to do the math with quaternions, I would rather die. Slice and dice. Your second game, that's awesome. Math is what was putting me at every time. Holy shit. It's like I can do normal stuff without thinking. Systems, great. Data-driven stuff, great. Quaternions, I will sit here for 8 hours and make no progress. I can't. I've even banned the term quaternions in my chat. Let's not talk about quaternions anymore then. We're clearly both traumatized by it. I have a bit of trouble even pronouncing it. I didn't even know what they were until someone told me, oh yeah, you should solve your problem with quaternions. Like, what the fuck's a quaternion? Are you trying to say spaghetti? What was I doing? I completely forgot. Oh, I have to delete the old shit. Hopefully none of these are in use anymore. This is in use. Why? Where? Here. Oh, validated get. Okay. Wrong one. There it is. Animations are created and shared by community members who often port them from other games to enhance the visual fidelity. Yeah. That could get a little messy then. You know, because if it's just a mod pack, it's one thing, but if it's being shared officially by a third party like that, I mean, let's put it this way. If you violate somebody's trademark or copyright, it's not like you immediately get in trouble with them. But they can come after you. They can send you a cease and desist, and if they feel like you are... Well, even it being free doesn't matter. Because it isn't owned by you. But yeah, it's sketchy. It's sketchy if it's just... It runs the risk. And what they could do is anybody who has those assets being used in Stalker Gamma without permission could send a cease and desist to GOG. And then it would have to be taken off until it was replaced or removed. Yeah, maybe GOG isn't aware. It's one of those gray areas of modding where in most cases you won't get in trouble, but you can always get in trouble if you're doing it. I think some people do think that it's free, it should be okay, or if they, you know, one of the, like the complaints about stop killing games with like, oh, if we bought the game, we should have access to it forever. And it's like, well, okay, but you're not buying a license to use all of their trademarked property and copyrighted content. You know, that code, those assets are still owned by them. And so you don't have a right to just start making private servers or even start monetizing those private servers off of that content because you don't own it. And you know, that's one of those, like, I don't know which way the dice is going to fall from the EU Commission on that, but I'm going to guess that they're going to side with the existing framework of law, which is, yeah, the players aren't buying access to use these permanently. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. Okay, delete these. Delete. Delete. Climbable needs to be replaced. So we'll wait on that one. And I think I'm going to move that over to the base platform, and then I'll do a BPI call to it. What cylinder were we using before for the base mesh that had the white on it already? I don't know if it matters. It doesn't matter. It's whatever, as long as it has collision. Hopefully it does. Hold on, just let me see if there's collision. Yeah, I think there is. Okay, we're good. Oh yeah, we're fine. That gets replaced anyway, so not a big deal. Alright, now we gotta get these updated to what they were. Kind of annoying. That's part of refactoring though, right? Hold on a sec. That's fine. Heard the controversy when fans were angry at CDC's strict modding policies for Stalker 2. They were exactly for this animation situation. CDC? I mean, you put modding policies in place. I understand that people don't like the harsh wording, but just because you have the harsh wording doesn't mean that they will act on the harsh wording, right? It's like an NDA. And I understand again why people are afraid with this. But if you sign an NDA where it says if you leak data, you'll get punished. That doesn't mean that they will punish you if you do it. That means that you have given them, you've agreed that that is a possibility if that happens. So it's one of those cases where you do it to protect your IP, your trademarks, your content, so that if somebody is using it in a malicious way, they can come after you. And you agree with this with pretty much every game that gets modded. I mean, Bethesda, you have a lot of stuff like this too, and a lot of crazy shit happens. People using, Thomas, the tank engine and stuff, and it's just like, yeah, somebody, Mattel, who owns the rights to Thomas, could ask to have that mod removed. And according to the agreement that you sign when you mod the game, that is a possibility. Thankfully, it hasn't happened. It's just, it's there to protect, but that doesn't mean that people are always going to act on it. Mostly, they're not going to care unless there's two things: brand damage and money. If you are not causing damage to the brand, like using Thomas the Tank Engine instead of a dragon, does not hurt the brand of Thomas. In fact, it might even help it. The mod is being given for free, so it's not being sold, and so therefore it's not causing monetary damage. Therefore, anybody with a brain would just not care too much. Thomas the Tank Engine guy did sue the modder? What, Mattel? I don't think they would sue him though. Because if you sued him for using it, they would have to claim damages. They would have to prove damages. Be more specific, and they can't. Best they can do is just send a cease and desist. Cash Patel? I don't think he did he? Is that what he's doing? It's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see how that plays out. Did we have the visualization turned on by default? No. Okay. We do want to show this though. Visualization, editor, and game. Let's make sure that's still working. Yes, indeed. If they were smart, they wouldn't have sent a cease and desist, but I can understand why they did. A lot of these people, right? It's like Nintendo, right? Nintendo is even way worse than this. They don't really seem to understand or care when something actually helps their brand, and making the decision to send a cease and desist hurts their brand. But again, I can still understand we do this against everyone, we don't pick and choose. Otherwise, you have to pick and choose, which means that you need to be on top of everything and look, you know, into more minute detail about why somebody's doing it and how they're monetizing it, if they are. I think a company that does this well is Jagex with RuneScape. Let me see if Jagex fan content policy. They updated this pretty recently. Trying to find the exact details on this. From what I know, and from what I remember reading, they allow you to make fan content and share it very freely. You can commercialize it, but you need to ask permission, I believe, and they often sell things commercially on their store that are made by fans, and the revenue is then given to the fans, or most of a portion of it. Fan fiction, you can write stories inspired and share these non-commercially. If you intend to write a piece of fan fiction for a commercial site or commercial publication, you will need to run this by us first. So they like are potentially okay with that, which is really cool. They just say, get in touch with us if you want to use it for commercial purchases. We'll try to work something out, but can't guarantee anything. If we choose to, we'll grant you a commercial license to use the particular Jagex property in the way that you want. We will consider commercial licenses for large-scale commercial opportunities. I think that's nice, and I think that's fair. It's a lot of work to, you know, maintain that, but if you look at like their merch store, they have a lot of stuff that's made by fans on this. Like these, I think these pins and keychains are made by fans, and then they sell them through their store. So I think that's cool. I really like that, and I think Jagex does a good job with that. Remember 2002 when Nintendo tried price fixing, forced retail shops to never give promotions? I don't know why people still support Nintendo with all this bullshit they pull. Number of arms adjustable. Why is that not getting updated? Oh, because we have the data table row here. Okay, now we can adjust the arms. 3, we'll throw like 4 on this. Put 8 on the last one. It's a little much. Maybe I can spread those out a little bit more. Scale them down just a little bit. Too much. Yeah, that'll work. Customizable offset, local rotation, and scale of arms. Okay, this one should be really small. Offset. Because went hard on their microtransactions in RS3. Haven't they removed the microtransactions from RS3? Or they removed a lot of the predatory stuff? I know they were considering. I don't know if they've done it yet. I agree with you though. I didn't play RS3. I played OSRS. Yeah, there was an RS3 poll to remove microtransactions. Poll passed. Remove treasure hunter. So they're removing treasure hunter. We will also be removing 225 direct XP and skilling related items from sale. This means there will be no more purchasable sources of direct XP or items that disrupt the core gameplay and player economy. We're investing heavily in a year-long integrity roadmap that targets the very heart of long-standing issues within the game, from the UI, visual integrity, balancing, daily escape, combat, and much more. That's something. That's something. Step in the right direction. I think what they realize is just that like nobody is playing RS3 really because of all these situations. And I think that there would be a lot of OSRS players that would be interested in it if they fix those problems. Because they have some pretty cool content and minigames, a lot of cool quests too. Offset local rotation. Oh yeah, local rotation we can adjust here. Just one that spins. Bit chunky. Let's bring it in just a little bit. That'll work. That will work. And then we can rotate it a bit. If anybody's curious, this is our like testing map. This is not our gameplay map, just like a, hey, look at what we can do. Here's some examples. You want to know how something works, you can just check out the configuration on it. That kind of thing. I think the default rotation rate is too fast. We're gonna lower that. Two. It's too fast. There's a time and a place for spinning obstacles that are that fast. Two. I'm starting to wonder if instead of the downward line trace we do, if we should do a downward capsule trace. Something a bit thicker, you know? Maybe for angled meshes, it just doesn't hit as many things as it should. We'll consider it. Oh, that's the base mesh. Where's the rotation? Rotation rate. Default is set to 90. I set it to 65 and it broke everything. Never mind, I just had to recompile. Yeah, it's a bit better. Yeah, stuff like that. I'd be really curious to see what the line trace looks like on that. Or the capsule trace is failing somehow. I would think the line trace is hitting. I'd love to see it in that moment. It should be adjusting itself for curved surfaces, but it's possible that it's not correctly doing it. Let me go to the bathroom and then we'll turn that on. I'll try to figure that out. Fuck it, I'm gonna try to figure it out. Spinning. Oh, I should probably turn on debug for those two. I need to just hit it just right. It's not doing the capsule trace. Let me do this. Let's go into the event graph. Debug key, tab, sure, whatever. I don't think I have anything on tab right now. Time dilation. Super slow mode. Ooh. Remove that for a second. Yeah, it's weird. It is hitting. Why isn't it running the capsule trace? Oh, you know what it is? It's actually even more stupid than I'm thinking. I needed to refactor the climbable status, and so I deleted, and by default we set it to not climbable. I think it's returning not climbable, so it's not running that check anyway. It's actually performing as it's supposed to. Just for right now. Okay, let me go to the bathroom. Potentially not a bug. Just, I need to finish the refactor of it first. Me. Should make a playground building environment for people to build their own levels. Post them? Oh man. I think that'd be amazing. I don't know how that is even done in Unreal. I think it is doable, I just don't know how it's done. That would be I don't think Unreal has the greatest default support for user-generated content. And I wish it did. Like, I see that you can, like, mod Power World and shit with, like, custom, you know, blueprint scripts, and they have a lot of dispatchers. I just don't know how... Yeah, you could build an in-game thing, you're right. You could build, like, an in-game way to do it. I think it'd be cooler, though, if people could just, like, download some SDK. But you're asking me, one person who has never done anything like that, to somehow develop it on the same level that like Battlefield 6 is doing. I don't know. Let's make the game first. Let's make the game first, and then we can explore stuff like that. It would be cool to do, though. Rotation speed is adjustable. Oh, I need to turn off the data table. There we go. Jesus, that's fast. Hey, Thano. It's ready? Up on Steam? What's up on Steam? Half-Life 3? How to get the timing right? Oh, my game is ready. Yeah, here's the level. Just test mechanics. I'll tell you what though. We've worked on this game for what, like I maybe sunk like a total of 10 days of normal work hours, so let's say like 70 to 80 hours. Not even. This is already more gameplay than a lot of games on Kickstarter have. Let that sink in. Call it test mechanics. This next week Monday, while we're doing our charity stream, we'll be able to talk about. Let me actually just speak some fucking words instead of trying to start the next sentence before the first sentence is finished. For once in my life, can I just not talk like XQC? On Monday, during the charity stream, we will be able to talk about the direction that this game is taking, because on Saturday I'm meeting with the level designer and we will be defining the entire game's premise and first level. I really do talk like XQC sometimes. Thank you. I'm glad that I could work my way through that sentence. Jesus Christ. The boundaries do not generate properly. I don't know why. I could try to fix that. Because I think it is really crucial when you're making these to be able to see exactly where this is going to reach on each of the four, or in each of the points. And it definitely does not generate those boundaries correctly. Hmm. Maybe I shouldn't set up 4 platforms rotated slightly to the right in a diagonal pattern like this, because it's kind of sending the wrong messaging. I'm gonna keep it like that. You know, for the sake of not getting beamed. It was starting to get a little sus. Danger angle. And not maybe want to join a funny man's army. Do we still have the issue with getting pushed through the ground? Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunate limitation. Okay. I'm glad that I retested that because it is still kind of active. We've learned a lot about the character movement controller from working on this game. And I've learned to hate it. Good for some things, though. Okay. What's the next little part here? Custom mesh slash actor support. That's right. Got some barrels. We do say actor. Could you technically... I don't know if it's possible, but... Could you take one of these and set an actor for the spinning mesh as child arms? Doesn't say it's doing it. Did our custom actor check break or something? If mesh is not valid, we assume actor is valid. Valid class true, set child actor class. Should theoretically work. It's failing because it doesn't find a valid static mesh component. But it should be there. It should return the spinning base. Huh. We need that for update the materials, but that shouldn't... It just should fail to build the material, not the entire thing. That's odd. Does it work with like the bounce pads? Yeah. I'm not sure why that's failing. I mean, it's kind of a stupid thing that I'm trying to test here, but... I mean, it can't just be because this is failing, right? No, because I'm like, it's not passing that there either. Hmm. What was the error that it was pooping out? Trying to read none. Child actor. Well, I mean, we do know very well that children actors are absolutely broken as fuck. What if we made a child of that? It's gotta be something in the construction script that's fucking it over, right? The child works. So we now have a spinning platform of spinning platforms. There's no way this works, right? There's no fucking way. Bro, no, it does. It does? Oh, that's diabolical. It's kind of mesmerizing, though. It's like the carnival rides, you know, with like the teacup. Just staring at it. I don't know, maybe there's some use cases for it. I guess it's... Maybe there's some potential to it. I don't know. It is very dumb, but it also very much works. And we could even bump that up to 8 of them. And if we take the child, we bump this up to 8 arms. And then we told that to use the spinning platform. No, okay, I have to do it. I have to do it. I think it's a problem if there's it tries to build child actors of the same class that it is. But you could theoretically just keep making children classes of children classes. It's really dumb. This is so stupid. Never, ever, ever do this. But theoretically, it will work. Oh my god. Lagginess. What's so laggy? Oh my god. What the fuck have I done? This is gonna crash, right? This spins, these spin, and then these spin. There's no way. It actually works. This might be the dumbest thing I've ever made. It moves so fast. I mean, if it moved a bit slower, I guess maybe theoretically you could jump between these. But of course, you know, if you know it's the same amount of movement rate, because it's based in degrees, so of course the it just has to cover so much more distance in the same amount of time. Is that all being done on the CPU? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You pre-ordered that camera? Oh my god. How mad is your wife? This is so stupid. Okay, but theoretically, I have built a system that enables this. Do I recommend doing it? Yes, but actually no. But if the level designer said my idea is to make a level where you have a spinning platform with 8 arms that are also spinning platforms with 8 arms that are also spinning platforms with 8 arms, I would look at him dead in the eye, as I would any man, and say, yes, you can do it. If you dream it, you can do it. Nike, don't give up. Never don't give up. That's what your weed grinder looks like on the inside? Bet it runs more efficiently than mine, though. Look at the shadows trying to update. Negligible performance impact, if I'm being honest. Very negligible. You can hardly even tell. Okay, well, I'm gonna delete that. But it is funny. There we go. And we're back. All safe and sound with our 60 FPS. I had those meshes with holes that I was using earlier in the previous version of the level. I don't. We just need to throw other meshes in here and actors to show that we can do this. Like this could be the bounce pads. That's easy. Here we can do some props. Trees. Great work. That's the wrong one. Yeah, that'll work. Customizable base mesh or just turn it off. I'll throw the tree in the center. That'll look confusing. And then this one we can just turn it off. Good to me. Oops. Yeah, we're good there. Okay. Change material instances per arm and on base mesh. This is a fun one. I do like that we can do this. So we can change the arms. Let's get rid of the default settings. Bump this up to 4 arms. We can simply come in here and just start changing materials. Boink. And now, because our surface materials are based on physical materials, we've now just made that platform icy. Easy game. Obviously the feet and animations are still fucked up about it, but that is to be fixed. And we can even give this one like muddy. We can then of course change the mesh. And we read them individually, so we can just say, okay, well this one now is going to be mud, ice, and ice. We'll keep one of them default, and then this one can just, I don't know, throw in some other bullshit materials that we got. It don't matter. Material instance. Yeah, it is. These all kind of look boring. Blast. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? It's so emissive. Okay, turn it off. Beautiful. Yes, let's use that. Okay. I don't know what those materials are, but they're built into the engine. Oop, mud. Not great. Kinda hard to jump from. Don't jump on the muddy block. Oh bueno. Well, silly materials, but the point stands that you can do that. You know what I think the last... Let's hide this one, and this one we will just set as base mesh only. We can set the number of arms down to 0. And then just make this a big chungus. Oop, wrong one. And so that one will just spin. Oh, never mind. No, we'll just spin. So you don't have to have the arms if you just want something that spins with its basic mesh. That could be useful. ice is annoying though. And I think then you can adjust the base materials too. So this one will do the same thing as we did over here. Grab the combined, show base in game. No children. Take the material overrides. Ice. Mud. And I don't know, take this checkered. Orange. Throw it in here for the last one. Okay, can allow or disallow the player to climb on the base and children arms. This needs to be fixed. And additional limitations, mainly with bounce pads. I think these are just a direct copy, so they're both using bounce pads. Or they should be. They're using bounce pads. But we need to refactor climbing. And I was gonna put it in the base. Ugh. Cool. Kill me. Oh, kill me. Okay. Let's move this out of the default category into like a config category. Config. Core is climbable. Let's trace back to BP platform base. And we're going to implement It's not that this is wrong, just that it's annoying to update on children. I think instead of doing a blueprint component with the BPI calls inside of it, if I want to make it easier to modify on the children, we have two options. We keep the component, we throw a separate boolean on platform base, and during construction script, I think we can do it in construction script, we take the variable on platform base and we update the component via BPI reference or BPI call. But this would be duplicating the climbable variables in a way that I just don't think is necessary. Or we could just instead throw this BPI and the variable for climbable on the platform base itself. Therefore, we only have one version of it. And we just do a quick refactor to the player's climbing, which would take like 5 minutes. Because I know where it's located. Seems like the better solution to me. Fuck the component. What is the BPI? Oh, BPI platforms. Okay. Fair enough. We might want to put some more stuff there. I'm okay with that. Update climbable status. Climbable, promote to variable B. Climbable. Climbable. Get climbable status. Be climbable. Default. True. Check out all of that shit. Instance editable. Yes. Put a description in here. Controls whether or not the actor and its components are allowed to be climbed / mantled on by the player. Player may still be able to land on these objects, however. Pretty sure I wrote it's fine. Okay, do a quick save all. This should no longer be referenced on any platform. You know what? It might still be referenced as a call, but it shouldn't be existing on any platform. The component shouldn't be. Here, it probably is referenced. But instead of doing it this way, we just need to target the actors. Get children components. Cast child actor. We shouldn't need to do the component by class. I think we can just do a direct call to the actor here. Obviously, if it doesn't implement that interface, then we don't need to worry. And then here we were updating climbable status, but that shouldn't be valid anymore. Now we have class defaults, default climbable. Let's rename that to, or recategorize that. Climbable config. Delete that. I kind of want to move that up top though, if possible. I don't know if there's any way that I can do it. Now that I think about it though, would it be nice to put that in the data table too? Because it seems weird that it's the one thing that isn't tied to the data table and you have to manually modify and can't just plug in a data table row. It doesn't seem right. We'll move it. We'll move it. Climbability. I don't even know if that's a word. It looks silly though. It doesn't look like a word. It is a word. At least according to Wiktionary. And also Mark 1987 from the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences. And also the assessment of wood utility pole climbability. Yeah, good enough for me. Used by smarter people than me, so it must be real. In which case, we will not make this instance editable. B is climbable. I'm going to throw the tooltip in there. Default true. Moving, spinning. Timed. Okay, let's add another one here. We'll do climb ability. I'm gonna guess that this will cause invalid reference issues. Because God forbid they ever fix that in this engine. Maybe they have, but I don't have a lot of confidence because it's existed since Unreal Engine 4. One bug. I just know it hasn't been fixed. Also some errors, I don't know if those are old or new or... Oh yeah. Oh, struct type mismatch? This might be the... Peg. Moving, movement, moving, spawning. That might be related to the issue that I'm talking about. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Okay, they should have climbability. Climbability defaults to true. course, the player now has access to modify that. Here. Let's start by doing this. Let's close this. And let's see what errors there are. There they are. That's them. They still haven't fixed it. You'll love to see it. Because why would they? Why fix any age-old bug, right? I'm assuming that these warnings are related to the errors, but I'll start by just fixing the errors. That's... Ignore that. Fix bugs when you get all the features. Right? Okay, what's the first one? Platform data from table, where is that in? Let's just rename all these, or let's just refresh all of it. That's where it would have been anyway. The in-use pins are interesting though. Moving spine platform. In-use pin. Spawning kill at destination. There shouldn't be any invalid pins there. Huh? The fuck? How did that happen? Oops. Fuck me. That was weird. It like fucked all of them up. What the hell? Billboard, climbability. Actor mesh config type. Events. This should be movement. It's like it changed the entire structure that it was using after I reordered it. So not only have they not fixed bugs with blueprint structures, they have actually added more bugs. I'm shocked, I tell you. That's so weird. That's so weird. Okay. Time platforms then just need to be refreshed. That better not have fucked with all my defaults. It did. Oh my god. Oh fuck. I don't even remember what our default distance per second was. It was like 300 or something. Just close that, let's reopen, let's see what pops up. That should have fixed a lot of them though. Moving platform base. Spinning with arms. I literally just refreshed those. I mean, maybe the macros. It might be the macros need to be refreshed. I knew better than doing this too. There's no macros even in here. Moving platform base. They're not in there. Oh, they are in there. They just need to be... It needs to be recompiled. That... I knew better than doing this too. This was my mistake. Didn't think it would be as bad as it is. Easy to fix. Platform, that should be fine. This one will just quickly flick off. Climbability. Same thing here. I better have fixed it. Oh my god, I better have fixed it. Engine errors. Nothing important. Good. Good. No yellows. No reds. It might have reset these. No, these are fine. I don't think the default speed on these was 300 after yesterday, was it? Feels too fast. I'll see if I can find the previous default. It might have been 200 or 250. I can't diff it against the previous, can I? I can diff against Depot. No, I can't. Whatever it was slower. But it might have been 250. Doesn't really matter though. Okay, I was in the middle of getting climbability fucking fixed. What do we need to do to make it fixed? What do we gotta do here? Instead of doing the BPC call on the player, we need to do a BPI check on whatever the actor hits. What else do we have to do with this? Be snacking on fruit? Oh, yeah, dude, having some fruit would be nice. I do get pretty hungry. I haven't been eating so well for the past couple weeks though. I do a week or two of my diet food before Christmas. Vegetables with ranch dressing? No. That's food that my food eats. The cow eats the grass, I eat the cow. Therefore, I eat grass. But indirectly. Boil some eggs. I am in my office. I cannot boil anything. Is it really worth just updating on the construction script? Good. A lot of sulfur in eggs. Get pretty stinky farts from eating eggs, I would think. Snack pack. I should just buy like some pretzels or something. Because they're not oily. They're easy to eat. Yeah, we have the config here. This all got fucked up. I think we could do the climbability update on this. HSP? What the fuck is an HSP? Kebab meat over chips and with chicken sauce? That sounds like a full meal though. You have a technical question about streaming? Go for it. Say it. If green screen and background, is the setup too difficult or expensive? Depends. So I actually have a physical green screen. Back here. You can't see it because it's green, of course. But you can, if you have a RTX card, you can use NVIDIA broadcast software, which is free, and you can have that trim out your background for you. But I have a separate streaming computer, and I'm not going to buy another RTX card to put in there. So I'm just using like an old GTX 970 that I had to handle the streaming. So of course it can't handle NVIDIA broadcast. And then I'm using OBS to remove the green screen. But, and this is the annoying part that I didn't anticipate. If your lighting is not consistent and you don't have good light shining on a physical green screen, you will have to set up multiple filters to try and get it out. So I have 2 filters that are trying to filter out my green screen, which is annoying. I can show you. Hold on. I'll show you. Where's my filters? Oh, that's the wrong one. Webcam filters. So these are with my chroma keys up, but you can see how it is brighter green up here than down here. That's a problem. That's my lighting issue. So the first green screen, or here's the second one. So you can see how that one is trying to filter out the darker green. And then the top one is filtering out that one. There isn't much green in the background, but you can see it if I have like a more consistent. You can see some green stuff down here. So that's what the second one gets rid of. It's hard to notice. So I have to use two greens, or I have to do two filters on the green screen. But I think it works okay. Depends on what I wear. Sometimes the stuff that I wear can fuck with the green screen a bit. And there's still some green on this side down here that isn't getting filtered out properly. It's very minor. If that makes sense. The green screen I bought is the Elgato Green Screen XL. But I mean, any of them work. I got a good deal on this one and I bought it, and it's really nice. It's very stable and it folds down pretty well, so that's the one benefit of it. Like 200 bucks. Hope that helps. I do know that the NVIDIA broadcast one does work well. So if you have an RTX card and you don't need a separate streaming computer, and I think NVIDIA broadcast is great. And you can put custom backgrounds in. You can just filter out the background and then, you know, have it act like a green screen. It's really good. Or you can have it like blur the background. It's nice stuff. Sorry, that was kind of rude of me. Exactly like mine. So if you're gonna do the physical green screen, get a good key light. Like make sure, because if you have like lighting coming up from the top, you might be fucked. You're gonna have to shine light on like multiple sides. I only have one key light here, and then I have these kind of yellowish looking lights up here, so I get inconsistent lighting on the green screen, which is annoying. Ideally you would want, maybe I can find like an image. You would want a setup, yeah, you would want a setup like this. Two good key lights, making sure the background green is consistent. It's pretty fucking annoying, to be honest. But you do end up with a really good quality on it. So I know some streamers just like paint their wall green behind them. Or they just don't care and, you know, just stream with the wall, which honestly, pretty based. Good decision. But it is nice having the green screen, because then you get more screen space for the viewers, right? And then you can do fun stuff like point to things. Or if it's like, you know, a hot milky mommy in the background, you can like lick her and stuff, you know, it's great. Don't clip that, also. There was okay, or you can do other silly stuff, like this on my Twitter. Bunch of free run memes. What is it? Oh yeah, this one. Like this guy with Elden Ring. Benefit of a good green screen. Camera. Good shit. Oh, did you guys see too? r/art has reopened with new moderators, and their first message as a moderation team included the word print as the first word. And they have sifted through, not only did they unban Hayden, but they have sifted through all of the previous bans and mutes and have reversed. There were like 5,000 of them. I think only like 3% of them they deemed were valid, and they've reversed all the others. What a shit show, dude. I don't know what was going on with that subreddit, but I hope that these new mods can actually be decent. Did I say hot milky mommy? I did say hot milky mommy. One man. Not only did... It's so crazy. One man with one word, the word print, felled an entire subreddit, over a dozen people moderating team. And then also he caused thousands of other people to be unbanned and unmuted with one word. It's pretty impressive. And now there is some neckbeard out there who is crying and crying and crying and drinking soy latte from Starbucks because he thought that he would be able to shut down the subreddit forever and get the last laugh. And he failed. Incredible. Hear my background while working and I hear the words Reddit moderators signing more coffee. Yeah. Tip is Fedora. No, I'm really glad to see that, because if I would be really upset if r/art was like shut down permanently. So it's nice to see that it's bad. And this is what they said. Print update on unbanning users. For the year 2025, just for this year, 5.1 thousand bans were issued. Only 63 had a valid reason for a ban. 5,093 bans were repealed. This means only 1.2% of all bans issued had a valid reason in 2025. Average Reddit moment. I mean, let's be honest, right? What a world, what a life. So that's how bad Reddit modding is. Apparently, I mean, we could only speculate before, right? But now we have the actual data from one of the most popular subreddits. 1.2% valid ban rate. Apparently they had, there was also a previous message from them too, which was pretty sad to hear. Yeah, here it was. So they had talked about like going through and just how much work it was to deal with all of them, and they had kind of talked about seeing the mod mails from the old team very rude, disrespectful, and extremely harsh to people making simple, innocent mistakes, older people or non-English speaking people misunderstanding little things. These mods were seriously troubled. Just people typing print. Yeah, so it's, I don't know, it's pretty sad. I'm glad that there's a new team. I really do hope that they do a better job. If this is successful and this improves the stability of this subreddit, I'm gonna be real, do this with all the major subreddits. All of them. But it is good to see. These should be climbable now. Let me double check. Yeah, we're good. Good for getting some time dilation is pretty fun if you want to get some good shots for like a trailer or something. Very silly. Let me double check this this platform over here because it was being a bitch earlier. Like, actually get to it, Jesus Christ. Let the player fall off here, but it should trigger. I'm holding input, so it should automatically do it the moment it gets a green. There we go. Animation is not the cleanest, but I'm assuming people will not be too harsh on it as an indie game. But we can always clean that up later too. So yeah, there we go. Deal with that when it comes time for actually improving polish and visual fidelity. All right, awesome. Just need to do that with the timed platforms and moving platforms. We can put this on the base. Oop, wrong one. Hey Forrest, is the template or your work? This is my work. Although I am kind of making the template. It is blueprinting. Template is the work, yeah, kind of. I mean, it's just, if we want to, you know, we're gonna make one level, right? And that might be the whole game, or it might just be a start. But I need the mechanics to be really well thought through, and I need it to be really fast to iterate on the level itself. The better tools that I can make for the level designer, we just give him the art, and he goes ham, right? PP isn't program. I think that, you know, it's like English. I say the same thing about the English language. The barrier of entry to speak English so that somebody who understands English can understand what you're trying to say is really, really simple. You can fuck up the grammar, the spelling, a lot of parts of English, and a native English speaker will still understand what you're trying to say. Blueprinting's the same way. Super easy barrier of entry. Really hard to master. Ninja, you're a mod for Big Computer Magazine chat server. It's proud, and then one fateful day I banned one of their top reporters not knowing who he was, and of my moderator. I think, you know what, I've got a pretty lame, I don't know, it's just like when you're young, you see these positions of power and authority as something that validates you. And like, oh, I see adults doing this, so I can be an adult if I do this too. But you know, you're young and you don't really understand the complexities of that, and I think it's easy to get pulled into the power. And I had the same problem. I used to moderate for the Darkest Dungeon subreddit, and I was in charge of the old unofficial server. We had like 4,000 people. It's pretty nice. And then I have no desire to do any of that ever again. And then it goes, you adults still do this, yeah? Yeah, so, I don't know, you're young, you learn. Always saying template if it's code or sample from another source. The only thing we're pulling from another source here is the character. But I've spliced in our own climbing code into their animations. But everything else is created by me. All the platform types. Surface material movement. All of it. Lots of managers IRL can't handle power either. Name me one politician that can handle power. I will end the stream if one of you can say it. What I thought. Power sucks, dude. All the people in power shouldn't have it, and all the people that deserve to be given it never want it. Palpatine. What would happen if once a month, by lottery, we choose one random person to write a law that needs no approval from politicians? That's annoying. I like how I updated Unreal and it just set all these to white except for new ones that it sets back to the default gray. Obnoxious. I don't care to change it. Powers that be rigged the lottery. They'd probably try to find a way. Who is Cincinnatus? What the fuck is Cincinnatus? Oh, you're part of the Roman Republic? Couldn't you argue too that Caesar, while a dictator, was one of the few that tried to do the best for Rome? It was fucked for it. Okay, this we need to update with comments, but not yet. To make sure moving platforms are given the same treatment. Reluctant and insecure bosses during my career. Do you think that's a bad... I mean, it is a bad thing, but not for malicious reasons, right? Yeah, it's like you need that mix between the efficient asshole and like the reluctant carer. Roman dictator famous for wanting to govern as little as possible. How come most of the things you hear about Rome, they were kind of doing things pretty smartly? I wonder how the Romans would try to fix things in modern societies. You have to be an asshole to handle people well and in your favor. I agree. I agree. But I mean, like, I think sometimes you need the efficient asshole, or maybe the asshole is not the right word to use here. You need the renegade shepherd sometimes, and sometimes you need the paragon shepherd. Because choosing renegade every time doesn't mean that every outcome is what you want, and choosing paragon is not 100% what you want. Reopen the Colosseum. What if it was the Colosseum, but the politicians had to fight, and not the people? In order to be a politician, you have to fight in the Colosseum once a year to keep your rule. Taiwan does that? No. Wait, do they? Oh, it's not intentional. Okay, well, here's your options. Here's your options for governance, okay? And for your parliament, your congress, whatever. You have to choose one. Number one. Constant bickering, no solutions. Number two. War chants. Disrupting everything. 3. Wasting time on disavowing citizens instead of solving problems. Number 4. Fighting. Number 5. This is mostly Canada. Random French interruptions. Pick your poison. You know what? We could probably handle the configuration. Oh, we do handle it here. Oh, I didn't need to make that then. So which of these did I not update yet for climbability? Hold on a sec, I got lost somewhere. Hold on. Check if climbable, hit actor. We do the component. Let's now do does implement interface. We don't need valid component class. But what we do need to do is platform. Always default to true, so false defaults to true. Otherwise, get climbable status directly from the actor. You know, I do think that if AI were to take over running the country, I actually do think it would do a better job. Because the bar is just that low. Hamilton. Who do we think is going to be the 2028 presidential elections in the US? I mean, don't say two retards, because obviously that goes without saying, right? But who will they be? Trump again? Elon can't run for president. I don't think, right? Yeah, for president you have to be a citizen. Unless I'm mistaken on that. Like a natural citizen. Petey might run you. One of Elon's sons? I'm thinking Trump might run one of his kids. It's from your hometown. Where's he from? They have convicted criminals president, so why not someone who's not born in USA? Well, the weird thing about Trump, I mean, here's the thing, and I know that a lot of my friends here in Poland don't understand it, but Trump was convicted of, like, tax fraud. Most people don't care about that. If it was like a murder or something, or, you know, or something bad like that, sure, but this was like... And didn't he win his appeal for that too? Because it was pretty rigged against him. I don't remember the specifics of that. Grab him by the pussy. I don't think that was a criminal thing. That was more like a civil suit. Let me get the specifics, otherwise I'm just talking at my ass. Convicted of a crime in New York. If so, what is the appeal status? I know it was in New York, right? Yeah, 34 felony counts of falsifying business records, Here's the funny thing is that I don't think most people care that that happened. Appeals ongoing and active on multiple fronts. Okay. State court appeal. In parallel, he's seeking to transfer the entire case from New York to federal court. I don't really care about that. There's sexual misconduct allegations. I think people who vote for Trump probably could have voted for somebody better. But I also think people who voted for Hillary and Kamala could have also voted for somebody. We all could vote for somebody better. How many hundreds of millions of people in the country and we choose people like these? It's a whole bunch of complex legal bullshit. I don't know how to read it. You're the one guy using Grok. Yeah, I use it for getting information. It's pretty nice. Better than being wrong. Could have more presidents. We could have more candidates for sure. But I mean, you have like the DNC and RNC who actively push out independents and more moderate speakers within their party because it could split votes. And then you have a lot of local voting regulations that make it difficult for independent candidates to have a voice on stage. Okay, that's working there. Let's test these two. It's moving so fast. That is climbing. Huh. The moving platform isn't updating. But I did this right on the parent here. That's weird. We're not overriding that somewhere, are we? We shouldn't be. Let's see what happens with that. Turn false from the hit? Why? Is this looking, does this say hit actor, but it's looking for a component? No, it's an actor object reference. Object, climbable status. I know this isn't hooked up, but this shouldn't matter at all. It's just a bunch of duplicated shit. This goes to true or no BPC. Although in this case, no BPI. But it is validating. How can the hit occur? But not be occurring. What? No, the actor is valid. Well, that's annoying. Can you close? Oh my god. Old? Knew it. Okay. Why am I doing the call here? Why are we not running this directly here to ensure that we're actually hitting something first? The placement of that seems so odd. Unnecessary? I don't know if there was a reason for that or if it was just try that for now. I don't see any reason why that would cause a bug though. With the way we changed it, that is. I don't know, maybe this collapsed graph is like acting weird. I mean, maybe it's working just fine. I don't know. It looks like it's being weird, but maybe it's just the fact that it's collapsed. Let's do this. Okay, so we have true. But it should be false. It's like it's not doing that BPI call, or it's not updating the BPI, but I know I'm updating the BPI because it's right. Unless what it's grabbing is the spawned mesh, which is very possible, and we're defaulting because we don't find the BPI, but it's not checking, even though we technically should be attaching the component to the actor. Maybe it's treating it like a separate actor. But we know that's not true because it was getting BP moving platform actor. But no, that's the spawned actor. Yeah, that is a separate actor. Okay, so I see the issue. I see it. I see it. I know what's wrong. This is where the component actually helps, because we could be adding the component on runtime and then setting it to false, whereas here we can't add an interface. To just any actor that you want to spawn here. Oh fuck. We don't want to get owner. In this case, we could get owner because if we do attach the actor to... It's annoying. So the issue is we spawn in a child actor class. Or we might even just spawn in this class as a whole. But whatever it is, the mantling and climbing is grabbing this actor, not the moving platform. The moving platform has the Boolean set because it has the implement or the interface implemented. Great. Except we're not calling that one. We're calling this random actor that we've spawned in. And this random actor doesn't have the interface. And if it doesn't have the interface, we default to it is climbable, right? Because, you know, if we just place a cube around the level, we want it to be climbable. Because more things will be climbable than not climbable, right? But that's an issue for this. And if we're just doing the BPI check, I can't on... You know, I can't add an interface at runtime. The only backup option is to use the component. And in this check, if it does not implement the interface, we can do a component check. It's messy. It's not great. It will work. It's stupid too. Also stupid. And forget that. That's the most important part. Get component by class. If it's valid, of course. That's so dumb. Oh, oops, wrong one. Wrong one. And then on the moving platform, when we spawn this in, which happens on begin play. Yeah, we are setting it as a child actor. The mesh should be okay. Maybe the mesh would have a problem too because we're adding that dynamically, so we'd have to do it for both. Okay. I just know that while I'm doing this, I'm going to want to refactor it again in the future. But if we have a better idea for how to handle it, then of course I'll do it. It is what it is. Just be able to add it directly. Add BPC climbable. Get climbable data. I think that'll do it for the actor. Automatic attachment. Do not call manually. Blueprint internal use only. Does that mean I'm doing it right? Yeah, it should be fine because we're just adding a component. We shouldn't need any attachment. It'll just add it to the actor. Down here then, I'm pretty sure we can add climbable to this too. Or maybe not. Well, no, we would have to get the static mesh itself. This is just the actor. This one might be okay because we are attaching it as a component, so maybe this one does not need it because it's not considered a separate actor. Easy enough to test. If I just nullify this and I set the platform. Let me grab this though and put it in tick mantling. That's good. If we see the capsule trace hit, that means that we failed this. If we don't see it, that means we're doing it the right way. Let's set it back to the actor. Let's test that. Looks good to me. And let's set this to true. Now in the actor, we should see the trace. Yes, and it'll climb. And we'll switch it to the platform. Good thing we checked this. Say that. And that's climbable too. Okay. Thank the Lord. We'll probably have to do something similar for the spinning obstacles then. But now that we have the check in the player and I know what we need to do for it, it should be fine. Let's double check that they are still working here. Climbing. Set to false erroneous. Beautiful. How you doing, Cruel Crusader? Am I lying? I'm always lying. Who isn't lying? Alright, we had some solutions for this already, but we probably have to just refactor it a little bit for climbability. If they're using child arm meshes, we shouldn't need to do anything, but for the child arm actors, we would. So this is updating it on everything that'll handle for meshes and the spinning base. What it doesn't handle for is for the actor. That was being done here. If we're using child actor, get the children cast. Small tweak. If they implement the interface, we can do it. If they don't implement the interface, we need to add the component to it. Okay, if they don't take the actor, maybe I should have done it down here. A little extra spaghetti, but it's fine. Not the end of the world. Take the actor, add climbable with this status. Good thing is that's being done on the construction script. That's what I was trying to say. Should work. We'll need more rigorous debugging at some point in the future. Okay, this is using meshes. Currently climbable. Let's test it. Climbed. Good. Set to false. And we slide right off. Beautiful. Where do we use some actors? Actually, here we are supposed to be using actors, right? No, here. Yeah, we got some bouncy pads. Those are climbable. We see the green. That means we're good. Emmett Kira's writing out a book for this one. Could be just something like all the commercial landlords in New York City were doing, including a lot of the left. He was the only one prosecuted. It did seem very targeted, and I think that that also helps to diminish the strength of it. Like if he had just, I agree with you. If he had been caught up in some larger net, I think it would be a lot worse for him than if it was, it seemed extremely targeted at him specifically. And it wasn't like a criminal prosecution, like he had murdered somebody or whatever. It was like, oh, he defrauded the government. Wish I could do that too. Still silly, but I'll provide some context. Yeah, perfect. That means we can finally update these. So this is climbable and this one is not. And it's actually functional now. I might move them down a little bit though. No, I dislike them both too. I dislike all the politicians. Bunch of pee pee poo poo faces. Climbable. Not climbable. Kinda don't want the player getting squished in between the wall. Let's come with sticky ledges. What do you mean? You smell like that? I think he is one now. I mean, you could have argued that maybe in 2016, but I think he is a politician now. Walk off the platform, it defaults to the climbing hang. There is no climbing hang. Not for this. Mainly because it is supposed to be a bit of a precision platformer. So we don't want to give the player that benefit of the doubt. But you can, so all you have to do is if you are holding input by the time that you walk off and you manage to aim back, it will grab on again, like I did there. So you can save yourself, it just won't default to some like hang. Hard to do though. Small window for it. I think that's good for those. I don't think I missed anything. We still need to refactor the bounce pads. I don't think the bounce pads will be too difficult. I did say, no, moving platforms with spinning obstacles that I would have had to repeat, but we did that. Should I have maybe done the BPI check? The moving platform spawn? Probably should have. Easy fix. Here we just determine implement interface platforms if true. Climbable status, climbable data. Otherwise, add the component and set the status from that. Should make it easier. Okay. Bounce pads, last but not least, is our bounce pads. And also setting the default. I swear we set the default speed to lower than 300. Why did it not update these to? It says the defaults. Did we set the default in here maybe? Oh yeah, I did. 250. I have no clue what it was yesterday. Maybe I can find it. It says 250. I think it's better. Oops. I don't know. I don't know. It looks fine. This one is supposed to be that show that speed is adjustable. Let's just half it. And these should be slower too to showcase the curves better. Yeah, I think it fucked these up. Oh no, it looks... kind of okay. Refactoring, man. Gonna be the death of me. Alright, only bounce pads are left. They don't have a whole lot of configurable data. I will go to the bathroom and then we'll do this. We gotta write up a lot of documentation for it too, for all this. UB. Finally warm in here. Wait, I'll delete, start over. Yeah, sometimes that is the best solution, to be honest. I think one of my most well-known moments of doing that, like just personally, was when I was modding Darkest Dungeon. I had this, I had an overhaul mod. And in order to actually just clean up a lot of the plastered on balance changes and fixes, I literally deleted everything in my mod folder and started from scratch. It took me 9 months to rewrite the mod, but I did it. I'm really glad that I did, because the future updates would not have been possible if I hadn't done it. Ah, to be young. Why does this not do a parent call? That's dangerous. They don't do any parent calls. Eh, shouldn't be too bad. Should be pretty easy. Let's go make the data tables. Structures. I don't even know what we need to make here. Mesh and then just bounce pad config. And then we will of course need a main structure, which is just platforms, bounce pad. Would the Elder Scrolls series feel the same without Jeremy Soules? Which won't be an Elder Scrolls 6, by the way, because they're not working with him anymore. And who's the new guy they have, like Enon Zur or something? I don't mind his soundtracks, but they definitely don't feel as memorable. He did a pretty good job with the Fallout 4 theme, though. You have a problem? Me too, man. Me too. Bounce pad acceptance. Bounce pad side bounce allowance. Impulse strength. Bounce acceptance. Side bounce allowance. What if the... There's no way, right? There's no way that that thing out in the desert that they've been teased. You guys know that? That, like... The Mysterious Game Awards desert statue. This thing. We still don't know which game this is teasing. I think they confirmed, though, that this is not God of War. It's not Diablo. Yeah, not Elder Scrolls, not God of War, not Diablo. It is weird though, because it's got like a alligator, a bear. Very demonic, of course. Undead. You know what I would like to hear information about is if this is an existing franchise. Plot twist, it's not a... Yeah, imagine it's just like, I don't know, some Netflix series or something. Or some, like, you know, Netflix documentary on the making of... Who the fuck knows? I don't know. I wonder if at this point, if people would be disappointed when we realize what it actually is. It's just, what's weird to me is the inclusion of bear and alligator. How you doing, Mars? The management side of your job sucks. What did you have to manage today? Oh, you're a manager? Tell me what you manage. Bounce pad. Mesh. And then we'll do the bounce pad core. Could we do an actor override on the bounce pad instead of just a mesh? Maybe? One of these days we gotta stop refactoring these though. Eventually. Oh, you know what? I can't forget either. We gotta add tooltips and comments to spinning platforms. Can't forget to do that. And then bounce pads too. Bohemian Grove? Fuck is the Bohemian Grove? It's not the weird place that all the politicians go to, like the secret sex cult stuff, right? Tell an employee if he doesn't start showing up on time, I'd have to start disciplinary action. You'd think that would be obvious, wouldn't it? If you don't show up to do your job, you won't have a job. Ah! Nobody told me that. Oh, what Alex Jones report? Okay. Silly, silly Alex Jones. What's the default for this? 100,000 impulse, all acceptance. No mesh override. Billboard on. I know some managers that I've worked with have done some stuff for like people who want to work at different hours. My weird hot take is that that shouldn't be allowed. Like, you know, if you need to, I don't know, come in 30 minutes later than usual on weekdays because you have to drop your kids off at school or something, I don't care. But if it's such a large difference that you are working completely different hours than the rest of the team and now you're not really there for people when they need or might need you to communicate or to have a meeting, you know, it's like, I don't, at that point, it's not about you doing your hours or not. It's about you actually being a functional member of a working team that needs to communicate on time. Is that based? Not to the people that like to work off hours. I don't think they like my opinion on that one. Do you have like a similar situation at your job? Functional team, that sounds toxic. Let's make some macros. Reddit would disagree? Well, Reddit can go fuck themselves, okay? Reddit can go eat my dick. I need a data table. Reddit's cool. Reddit r/art we can now confirm is cool again. Can say that at least. Fine being late if you make up the time on the back end and are there when you're needed. Yeah. Like you said, if it makes your coworkers have to work more to make up for you not being there, then that's an issue. I agree. You know, if like core hours are, let's say like 10 a.m. to, I don't know, 2 p.m., right? You can't just have somebody who wakes up at 3 p.m. and works until midnight or whatever. It doesn't work because now you cannot be communicated with. There's a delay of 1 day minimum. You know, it's just no. And then, you know, people will feel like if that individual then replies to a message at, let's say, like 6 p.m., there's almost this weird. Now, if that person that was messaged does not respond on time, the person working off hours is now going to have a delay in their work just because person number one is following the company's rules and doesn't want to be unhealthy and do work after hours. So it's just, nah. Then flexible working arrangements for people, but yeah, if they want to work hours and they need to find another job. Yeah, I mean, some jobs I think it's okay. Some jobs I think you can get away with it, but there's, at least in game dev, I think that you need to either have a very, like Larian Studios, let's use an example. Larian Studios has people in every single time zone, and they do work 24 hours a day. Hopefully 5 days a week, but it's not the same people. They have those moving time zones, so they basically have a 3-shift workforce. I can't even imagine how complex that is to manage in the back end. But there it kind of makes sense because you can hand something off to another team. And honestly, they have fuck around money. If anybody has fuck around money, Larian Studios has fuck around money. But for most teams, it can't be. It's impossible to manage people like that. How do they manage that? I do not know. You'd either have to ask, I mean, I don't know. I can only guess that they just hand it off to other teams, but I don't know. Here's the thing, I could ask them, because Larian Studios now has a Warsaw studio, so they will definitely be at the next Digital Dragons here in Poland. I'll just ask them. If I can remember it. If you guys don't forget, don't let me forget. Next Digital Dragons, I'm gonna go, we'll ask them. Both companies owned by Polish people, and the time zone stuff used to be a nightmare. Ooh, yeah. Bring back public shaming. Worst employee of the month. Oh yeah, that'll have no downsides. You have a system in place where meetings are an essential schedule, say 11 to 3, and then people can work whatever hours they want as long as they're there for that time range and put in their 40. The central meetings works. What is difficult to work is letting people work the hours they want, because it is such a collaborative nature that very rarely are you working in isolation. And without the proper communication or being able to get help or answer problems, it can significantly slow down the velocity of the team. I can only speak about game dev. I don't know about like really any other industry, but game dev, that would be pretty hard to do without fuck around money. If you have fuck around money, you can probably get away with it, but the velocity would be a lot lower. This is instance editable too. What do we have here? Billboard climbability mesh config. Okay. Heard anything back from the studios you applied to? I have not. And what's interesting too is that they both have like systems online to show if they have looked at your application, and they're both unread. So I don't know if they're just maybe waiting to, they might be waiting for the new year for like tax reasons or something, or just for like general new year, new direction. But it's weird that they haven't even read those yet. Who are all these strangers? Who? Who you mean? The project management of it, I'm sure. I can only speak from my own experiences. IT, manufacturing, my game dev experience is only a solo. Yeah, I think IT might be a little bit different because this is just speculation on my part. You can confirm or deny it. Would be that IT is a lot more just task oriented, so you have general end goals that don't require you to be super agile necessarily. And I'm not trying to say it's easier, just that the end result of game dev is to make something fun for the player, right? But that's so it's so indefinable. And even if you're working on like an inventory system in game 1 versus game 2, there are significant differences between a lot of the purposes, underlying structures, and code between the two games where it might be, you know, it's a completely different animal. And I don't know how much of that you would have to deal with specifically with just like general software development. This used to be a low-key place? What are we, just a high-key place now? Strangers are just friends you haven't met. I like that. Meeting people can be tough. Thieves and scammers. I would hope that nobody in chat is looking to thieve or scam. I don't know. I hope not. Games aren't about making something fun, it's about giving kids a working experience they've been deprived of by overprotective moms. Is that true? Have I been lied to? The kids yearn for the mines. Well, now they're not even playing Minecraft. They're playing fucking Fortnite and Roblox. Which I fear is kind of worse. I no joke, saw a tweet from a UEFN dev that didn't know what Unity was. Okay? This is the new generation of game developers. And yes, you should be afraid. But not for the wrong reasons. Well, actually, technically for the wrong reasons, not for the right reasons. I'm not a game dev and I know Unity. It's like, I don't know, it's gotta be such an isolated, like, ignore background. You know, if you're working in game dev or anywhere near game dev, you have this circle. And you at least have heard of Unity, of Unreal, of Godot, you know, Game Maker, RPG Maker, maybe some other stuff, you know, some of the smaller engines and smaller libraries. Maybe you've heard of these, but you've definitely heard of, you know, Unity, Unreal, Godot. But it's like UEFN has to be such a different ecosystem that at least we know about UEFN, but it's like they don't know about this side of thing. Except for Unreal, because, you know, it's Unreal Engine and Epic. Went to nerd school and only know what they were shown? I don't know. I just don't know. I'm gonna go to Unity just to use their AI to build my game. You can try it. Let's see what the market says. Maybe they'll reject it, who knows? I knew a dev who didn't even know what Temple OS was. Okay, I mean, I think it's fair people don't know what Temple OS is. It's more of a meme than a... Then Unity. Imagine literally making games and making money, technically doing game development, and not knowing one of the biggest engines ever made. I mean, learning that UEFN and UE are two different engines is fair. I just don't think that there is a significant overlap between people who use UEFN. This is what I imagine it looks like right now. This is the overlap that I feel are between the developers of UEFN and UE5. And what Epic wants to do is move this over to this side. I do not see it fucking happening. I think UEFN devs are going to have a hard time learning UE5 because they're so ingrained within the Fortnite universe and all of the benefits that having all of, it's more of like a modding framework, right? For Fortnite. Jumping into a full engine is going to be difficult, and I don't think any UE5 devs really want a lot of the stuff that they've added for UEFN because they're aimed specifically at Fortnite and just, I don't know. Could be wrong. Era of AA Unity jank is dying. That's a good thing. Unity is a really good engine. It's a very good engine. Much better in UE5 in a lot of ways. So made a video about UE6 inheriting verse scripting language? Yes. I don't know why they're putting verse into UE6, I'm gonna be real. Like, we can all agree, blueprints are a pretty simple barrier to entry for coding in Unreal, right? Not that they're easy, not that they are infallible, of course not. But if you are trying to do something in Unreal and can't do it with blueprints, I don't think verse is gonna help you. I haven't heard good things about verse, to be honest. Well, like, here's what they're used to. UEFN to here's more if you want to, and also for all UE devs here, you can now easily design for UEFN as well without needing to use UEFN specifically. Maybe. I think you're more right than me. More templates from Fortnite. But okay, so what is UE6 then? Is UE6 literally just, here's a scripting language that any existing Unreal Engine 5 developer probably won't ever use, because you either already know how to use blueprints, which can apparently do more than verse can, or you know how to use C++ and you never are going to touch verse. I don't know if hot loading is something that is really that compelling, because they used to have hot loading in Unreal. In fact, I think they still have it. They either still have it or they removed it at some point. No, they'll still have blueprints, but I just don't see blueprinters adopting verse. Because everything you can do in verse, you can already do in blueprints. And verse coders will probably adopt blueprints because you can do more, or they will move to C++. Well, I can do more in BP because basically verse, from what I know, is basically just a separate scripting language on top of Unreal, so you would need to have all the things that are already built for it. It's like a separate API on top of an API. Whereas you can already use C# and Lua and C++ with Unreal. I know for sure. So I just don't know. It's just, BP is not a separate API. Blueprints are just a visual way to call C++ and C# code in from that's already natively in the back end. They're more of a wrapper. They're a visual wrapper to existing code. And Lua support for Unreal already exists. I think this is it. Or one of them. And C# already has support too, I think. C# UE5 support. Yeah, Unreal Sharp. Which is for the Unity developers. "10-minute vid? I can't watch a 10-minute vid. I'm refactoring. TLDR it for me." As long as you're not using Rust. I have a friend who'd be very upset with you saying that. Like I said, I haven't heard good things about Rust from UEFN devs. They use it because they have to, but not because they would want to. It's apparently very slow. I don't know. Also, by the way, if you are using nodes here, you can get the magic nodes. Why is it in Japanese? There it is. You can get magic node, which allows you to write code directly into a node if you want to do a little bit of hybrid work. All I can say is I know apps, and it's free. I have absolutely no friends or colleagues in this industry who are excited or have any interest or will be using Verse in Unreal 6. So I don't know why they're spending so much time focusing on that. But I think it's all to do with this whole desire to make a metaverse. Which, again, I have no colleagues, friends, or developers that I know that are excited for that. Oh, you have support personnel being late. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue, isn't it? Fuck UI. I'm not too bad with UI. I just don't like gamepad support for UI. What does Godot use for code? Is it C# as well? GD script. But it has support for stuff too, right? Oh, they do have C# support. Python-like. Interesting. Okay, that's pretty cool. How's it going, Rex? More sick. You gotta get better, man. Have you been to the doctor? gonna make it. Oh, you think their C# support isn't that great? Oh. Building a cursed chess game? We need. Annoying. Okay, event graph has nothing crazy in it. It's all gonna be in apply impulse, probably. Side bounce allowance. I need to rename that. Treadmill even though you're sick. I mean, you gotta be careful. Some stuff can lead to like open sores and pneumonia, all that stuff. Okay, this is local hit actor bounce acceptance. Boink that there. Okay, I just made some spaghetti here, I guess, while I was prototyping. Fine. Clean up map. Yeah, that doesn't need anything. One mechanic will be the Horcrux. The player will pick 3 pieces, and until those pieces are captured, you cannot take the king. That sounds interesting. Is that copyrighted? I don't know. Be trademarked. We can check. Though, to be fair, even if Horcrux itself is trademarked, it's only trademarked within the uses that it's used in, within the classes. It's not. Horcrux. Nah, it's fine. It's not trademarked. Bounce acceptance is still in use. Where? Are we calling that somewhere else? I like the idea of doing some stuff with chess and changing it up a bit. There's a pretty dedicated community that plays chess too. Uh-huh. There should honestly be a BPI for that. We need to make a BPI for that. I'll show you guys our stats. Twitch has their stats available so we can see what our stats were as a streamer this year. We're gonna check it out. Get bounce acceptance. Okay, where are we using this? Here we can just do a call instead. Get actor. Get bounce acceptance. Although we probably should do a... We need to do an interface check first. Canvas render target. What are you talking about? Render these nuts. Oh, and this was actually from the old character. Yeah, I can update that too. It's really not important, but I'll update it. We don't use this character anymore. Question your data from Discord. They're still holding on to stuff from 10 years ago when I was in high school. Yeah, Discord is really fucked up. Thankfully, if you live in the EU, they can only hold on to it for 5 years, and they are required to delete it if you ask them to. Is there a way to save an image so I can use it for spell icons? Save an image? Well, like during runtime? Like you draw an image and that's used for the icon? Oh shit. I can't help you there. I've never done that. Wouldn't even know where to start. Okay, config. Throw these all in. We'll set the default. Should be the same as before. Obviously, we need to update the impulse strengths. You know, everything here we just need to update for the old values. So let's do that. Ugh. Render the UI onto a plane and use the scene capture to save it as an icon. Huh. I can see that working. Okay, impulse strength is adjustable. We just need to first off get all the bounce pads. Or at least these ones. And nullify their data table reference. What you could do, I think we actually talked about doing something similar for Coin Pusher Realms, and we would duplicate, you would just have an in-world unlit UI that you would render separately, like above or below the world or whatever, and capture from that. And then you can just skip having to try to grab shit from the UI directly. But yeah, I don't know. Okay. Core config. This should be lower. This should be like 25,000. And 50,000. And that's our 100. Bounce is anything with movement component. We'll just duplicate those. 25. 50, 100. Impulse is static, so mass is taken into account. Those we should keep the same then. Toggle player mesh bouncing acceptance. So this one will be other actors only. This will be all, and this will be player only. No bouncy? Both bouncy? Oops. It feels so far apart. I don't know why. Both bouncy, and then only player bouncy. Aha. Based on impact normal, this shouldn't need any adjustment. Yeah. Customize mesh, we just need to put some custom meshes here. That's weird. Yeah, we like scaled this up. I don't like that though. Good news is, so Rex, by the way, level designer and I are meeting on Saturday, and we're going to sit down for like a few hours, minimum. And we should have the entire game sketched out for Into the Chasm. So that should be good. We can probably start moving forward. If things go well, we can probably start. We'll pitch the idea to the channel. If everybody's okay with it, we'll start moving forward with it. You're still sick, so don't fucking worry about anything. We don't need you yet anyway. You are pretty easygoing. I don't know if it... Once we have the idea, you can start, like, we can start on the mood board together. We can all kind of work together and just throw some ideas in. That'll be the plan for now. That'll be the plan for now. We need to all agree on the direction and the story in the first level. Then it should be pretty easy to go from there. I can also start working on the mechanics then too, like what other aspects of the game should we have, like collectibles, audio logs, you know, all the stuff that we can build on top of that are not related to the platforming mechanics themselves. Little chungy barrel. Little chode. Should still work though. Boink. Take care, Cruel Crusader. Good luck on your render target. That sounds complex. Okay, then we have this. This should be using the bounce pad. Make that move a little bit slower though. Okay, last but not least is our climbable status. That probably needs to be added to the instruction script. Is it? No. No. Shouldn't be. I'm gonna double check it. All sides bounce. This needs to be side bounce allowance all, and this is top only. Let's test that first. All sides bounce. Yes. Very clearly see that. Top only. Beautiful. Climbable true, we know that we just tried that. Let's set climbable to false. Not working. Got a robot in your store? The fuck? There we go. Oh. Do. Looks good to me. All we have to do is just add some tooltips and comments. Should be easy. Oh. Tooltips and comments. We need to start with the spinning platforms because I forgot to do it for those. Wonderful. Didn't I paste in the tooltips from the old variables though? Because didn't we have it already? Yeah. Probably just not tooltips for the climbability. No, that's got it. Billboard. No, that's fine. Just comments. I mean, it mostly has comments. Just this little section here. We'll make some space for it though. If a base mesh override is valid, set it up with its materials. We don't need to run anything else if the number of arms is 0. Set up material overrides array and then branch depending on if we're using a mesh or actor. And the rest of it's fine. We have no functions. Do we have any events? We do have a little bit for events. Move these down here. Updates, spinning, base, visibility, and collision. If disabled, if set to be invis in game. I mean, if it's set to be invisible in game, why don't we just delete it? Why don't we just destroy the component? Why don't we destroy the component? I don't know. Not that big of a deal, but whatever. Whatever. Debug box visualization. Everything else looks good. Macros there. Variables sorted. Bounce pad, variable sorted, macros set up, look good to me. Instruction script. Set billboard. Visibility. Sets the static mesh for the bounce pad, and then lastly, updates climbability status. Apply impulse. What do we got? If the actor isn't valid, poop out of here. Otherwise, we check the side bounce allowance first before determining where the actor actually hit. Quick switch. If it's top only, quickly determine based on the up vector and impact normal if we should bounce. If we should bounce, check how long it's been since that actor last bounced. It's been too little time. Don't bounce. Otherwise, what are we doing here? Well, we check for this for a CMC. Perform the impulse for any actor with a valid CMC. Otherwise, perform the impulse for any actor with a valid static mesh component. First it was the house clankers, Roombas they call them back in the day. Of course now you can't call them a Roomba because that's their word. And they started calling the clankers in the schools with their ChatGPT. When was ChatGPT released? November 30th, 2022. So it's been around for about 3 years, right? What's the cooked age? Like, what's the age where we will have legal adults whose brains will be cooked from AI? You know, it's only been 3 years. I don't think it's been horrendous. Well, the university students are going to start having their brains cooked because they're using it to get degrees. You will soon have doctors where you go and you say, "Doc, I got a problem. My peener stings when I pee." And they won't know what the problem is. They will ask ChatGPT what the problem is. And it's going to say something like, I don't know, you ate too many bananas or something. Or it's going to tell you to stick a banana up your peener. So scarred from Syria. I don't have any trust in these things. I have three primary uses of AI right now. And you guys can tell me if you are using AI for the same reasons or not. Number one use is recipes. To avoid stupid fucking recipe sites that spam you with life stories and ads. Instead of telling you how to make something. That's number one. Number two is getting information about current events in a fast, aggregated way. And number three, I tell it to roleplay as Socrates and then get into philosophical debates with it. Those are the three things that I use AI for right now. Sketchy cookbooks, old lady at church, and YouTube. I always tell the AI to research and not just give recipes on the top of its head. So far, I've used it for a few recipes, but it's not like everything. It's not every recipe. I do know how to cook things. Like I can cook my chili top of my head, or a lot of like crock-pot stuff, right? It's pretty easy. But it's been pretty nice for like baking recently. Call your mom? My mom doesn't know how to bake very well. My grandma, yes. Can you make gumbo? Yeah, I can make gumbo. I haven't made gumbo in a while though, but I've been talking about doing it again. I just have to make the roux. And it's like making a dark roux is so annoying. Sitting there stirring. You don't want it to burn. You have to sit there for 30 fucking minutes stirring. It's annoying. Judgmental lady in a church. Ever asked it stuff you already know about? Yes, I have. Or better or worse. Link to a video in the Discord about how UC San Diego students are failing middle school math. How long is that video? Kira. How does it feel to be your 4th most viewed channel this year? Man, I deserve to be 5th. Gonna be real. 30 minutes. Okay, that's a little bit too long for right now. When the AI tries to tell you what it thinks you want to hear. Not with Grok. Grok will straight up tell you, no, you're wrong. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying it's God tier and infallible. But I do find it to be pretty reliable compared to ChatGPT at least. In that regard. Let me just put a comment around this whole thing. Is routinely checked to clear invalid or old actors from the bounce map to allow them to bounce again. We'll fight for your few. No, I mean, if you take a look at Grok in comments where people are trying to get it to say the thing that they believe, they can't get it to do it. Again, I'm not saying it's perfect, but I am saying that from the point of view of getting it to be to try and find information that's accurate, it's pretty damn good. Cleanup timer. Attempt to apply impulse on actor hit. I will say my fad of like using AI for everything, which was pretty common back when like ChatGPT was first coming out. Everybody was just trying it out to see what it could do. It's kind of over. I mean, let me try to do a good example. For the statue out in the desert that's being hyped up for the game awards, what do we know about it so far? I'll just use it for stuff like this because it's better than sifting through, you know, shit tons of potentially invalid Twitter posts. And this is much nicer about just checking most accurate, relevant, up-to-date data. Especially when there's like a shooting or something, it's pretty good about grabbing information. I hate that I have to do that though. And it posts its links here too, so you can always check the sources, which is very nice. Location, surrounded by arid badlands, description, purpose and hype, theories and debunkings. So, I mean, this is what I use it for these days. It's just like, okay, I don't want to sit here and scroll Twitter for an hour trying to find the most recent info. We know it's not these things. Or we know debunked, ongoing speculation. I will also use 4chan for info on that too. I agree. But I find Grok to be pretty good about this because it's just it posts that shit right there, and it gets up to date information from Twitter posts, which is great for like recent events. Okay, I need tooltips on these bounce pads. Not this one. Although billboard and climbability should be there, just the core data and the mesh overrides the base platform mesh with your own custom one. I'll still use Google. I definitely have not replaced Google with AI. It's just some things. If I look up recent events on Google, there's no guarantee that I'll get what I want, and there have been active, well-known cases of them purposefully hiding content depending on what you're searching for. I don't think Google's the greatest thing to search for when it comes to... It isn't the greatest place to go for when you're searching for things. Especially recent events. And I still like that I can aggregate the data with AI as opposed to having to search through all the articles in Google. But if it's like news, also ground news is a great way to do it too. Yeah, I agree. It was #1 for a while before that began. I still think knowing how to Google and knowing what to search for is a good skill to have. You know, that Google foo, as they used to say. Ugh, cringe. We said for Microsoft and Windows. Yeah, I agree. Knowing how to like disable, for instance, I'm still using Windows 10 and it's not going to automatically update me because I can just go into my group policy because I know how to do this. Administrative templates, Windows components, Windows update. And where is the server? Update service location, enable 127.0.0.1. Now I will never get Windows updates again. They can't download because they try to download it from my local computer. Stick with Windows 10 until I want to update. Don't want to be forced by everyone, I agree. Cortana, fuck Cortana. Yeah, at least you can turn off Cortana. Jesus Christ. Why did they force that? Certainly able to apply to the hit actor. Value like 100,000. Seems large, but is a pretty standard starting point to work from. Reunion set? What the fuck is Reunion 7? Not switch until I get a new PC. So many issues when you try Windows 11, it froze randomly and other shit. Wasn't able to use it. I've heard nothing good about Windows 11. Honestly, nothing good. I had my problems with Windows 10, but I could turn off and disable and revert most of the things I hated. I'm okay with this. I do not need to update. And I will not update until there's something that I need to update for. But with everything that I've heard about Windows 11, I certainly am not going to update right now. My streaming computer is on Windows 11 though, but my work computer isn't. Support bouncing any actor with a valid CMC or a valid static mesh component. It's a fork of Windows 10, but the UI is Windows 7. That is a very fucking bright website. Remember the creators of Reloaded 7 and Classic 7. The only thing you should be a little bit careful about is that that probably modifies core files to Windows, so it could be pretty easy to break your info with that. I have it open. Ammon Cura, don't worry. I have it open. Stardock makes some software too to make Windows experience better. They have like Start 11, which restores and modifies the start menu for Windows 11 back to what you're familiar with. A bunch of different setups based on your preference. Fences, I always recommend. 1000% recommend Stardock Fences. One of the greatest pieces of software for Windows, in my opinion. Groupie's pretty nice too. I don't really have much use for Groupie, but this will allow you to group multiple tabs into a single window, kind of like a browser. So you could have your spreadsheet, a browser, and I don't know, some other application all grouped into one. I put the link, yeah. I use it here on my computer. That's what I use for my desktop. So I have my main folders down here, which are actually on my desktop itself. And then I have a folder portal to my games folder up here. And then I have them set to be invisible unless hovered over. Nice clean desktop. You can make a new one pretty easily. Fence here, blah blah blah. New document, throw it in. Do a roll-up fence. Pretty nice. Love me my fences. You think people aren't going to touch Windows? I think that people will look for alternatives, but it's, I don't know if you're going to lose too much market share from Windows. There's not as much hardware or software support for Mac as there is for Windows. Not nearly as much. Bouncing on the sides of the bounce pad. The up vector that is used for bouncing can be seen in the editor with the arrow, the red arrow. Unreal support OpenGL. It supports Vulkan, DirectX 11, or 9, 11, 12. But 9 and 11 are not supported for forward rendering, of course. And then you have Vulkan and DirectX 12 support for forward rendering. I think. I forget where you change it. Yeah, 11, 12 in Vulkan, not 9, sorry. You sorted your friend's desktop while he was in the bathroom? Ever since I got fences, I haven't looked back. I always install it now. Because like maybe you just like to have, I don't know, Colden Chronicles as information open at all times, right? I can just create a folder portal to Colden Chronicles. Shut up. Don't tell me how to do it. And now I have everything in Colden Chronicles here. And I can, you know, make stuff and move it directly from my desktop in there. Nice and easy. I can sort by icons. I can show details in there. That's pretty nice too. Whatever you want to do. Fences or opacity, so I can do like only visible on mouse over. Good stuff. Really good software. You can take screenshots too, and you can have also multiple pages. Kind of forget how to do that though. But I think you would, yeah, you can have multiple pages by swiping out. So maybe you have on this. Oh, I don't have a separate one. I have to make one. I don't remember exactly how you do it, but you can have multiple pages of fences. So you might have one that's like meant for work or one that's meant for gaming. Whatever your setup, you can do that. They have a whole configuration thing here. Colors and appearances. You can take, oh yeah, desktop pages, snapping, snapshots. You can quick hide your fences just by double clicking. So now none of them will appear. It's good software. Pretty cheap too. I feel like Unreal should only be used for photorealistic stuff. Why is that? Because shaders are pretty universal. You can just make your own shaders. Yeah, Fortnite is the poster child for Unreal Engine, and it's stylized. Just people go with the defaults because the defaults are pretty damn good, but you can just modify everything you want, including shader models. There's a lot of anime games too that are made in Unreal with their own custom shaders. The one thing that I don't think Unreal excels at and is just overbloated for is 2D. But you can make 2D and 2.5D games in Unreal too. Okay, I think we're good. Just need to turn off those traces, and then the refactoring should be done. You know, I think that the kids who grew up on Fortnite are gonna be very similar to the kids that grew up only playing Call of Duty. And I feel like both of their brains are gonna be rotted. But I also feel like you learn more about society and how to communicate with people by being in a COD lobby. Not climbable, that is true. Go here, oop. Those look good. Surface materials don't need anything right now, those are just physical materials. These should be okay. That third, I think that third platform, this one here, should be faster. It's supposed to wait on end. Yeah, the offset can't be a multiple. Set it to 400 or something. Be good. Maybe set this to be a little bit slower. 150, 450, 400 should be fine. People glide and sphere come in shipping build? No. No. Unless you really want me to, I mean, I don't think you want it, but tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, should be good. Do. Nice. Timer restarts. Be working. Destructible platforms should be working fine too. Plunk. Beautiful. Customizable mesh. Oop. Fell. I'll probably, on my own time, just load up the old version of this so that I can get all of the defaults back to what they should be. It just would be annoying. Pointless to do on stream. But I liked how we had this set up last time, especially for like the moving platforms, and I don't remember what values I had in all these things. It's not a big deal though. Oof. It's hard to jump onto. Not a fan of how it looks on angles climbing either. What is this KYS platformer? What do you think it is? Oh shit, I forgot those are bounce pads. My god. Ooh. Oops. Make good time though. I was hoping we'd have more time to write some documentation, but we can save that for tomorrow. Boring ass documentation, but it'll help. It'll be a good thing. And I'll just recheck bounce pads real quick. Bouncy, bouncy. Very good. Modifiable. Impulse strength. Tiny strength. Middling strength. Back to 100,000. Bounces anything with movement component or static mesh. Impulse is static, so mass is taken into account. kindness, yoga, selflessness. It's incredible. I love it. Doesn't bounce the player. Bounces both. Bounces only the player. Impact normal. Just be able to move forward. Let me get a running start on that one. But that should still be working the way we want it to. Oh, thanks, ball. Pushing me out of the way. Yeah, we're good. Customizable meshes. Moving platforms. It's good to me. And then our bounces only work on certain sides. Yes. Cool. Alright, I think that's good. I think that's a successful refactor. I'm sure there's maybe like 1 or 2 bugs left that we just didn't see or couldn't find, but those can be fixed up once we run into them. Next up, we'll have to write documentation on all this and get the instructions written for how to use them. Any sort of problems or limitations that they have, or ways that you shouldn't use them. But I imagine we have enough we have enough of a toolkit here that even with some limitations, that it shouldn't be that limiting. This planned as a template or package. It's planned to be used to make at least one game with. I don't know if it's ready to push to like some template and sell on the marketplace yet, but if it could be cleaned up properly, maybe. But for right now, it's just going to be internal use. This Saturday, me and the level designer are going to be sitting down and coming up with the entire premise, setting, and goal for the first level, from which we can start to prototype it. And then once we're done with the prototype, we can start working on the vertical slice for it. But it will be sci-fi. I can say that for sure. But we need to make a lot more controls for this. Like, we need gamepad support. We will probably want some collectibles of some sort, audio logs, other systems. I don't know. It's a platforming game. It doesn't need that complex of systems. We have interaction already handled. Maybe like some doors, triggers, easy stuff. But the platforming, the movement, and the climbing and mantling, they're there. They are there. They need tweaking, they need some polishing, but they're there. So from a mechanical standpoint, the game is pretty much prototyped from my end, and then I can pass this along to level designer and he can prototype the level out. And we can just start trying to find the fun. Make some fun sections, determine what we want to do for it from a visual perspective. We'll need sounds, of course. But the toolkit is here. Okay. Second half of the platforming refactor with spinning obstacles and bounce pads. Leaving the treatment. That's pretty much all we did today. A lot of changes, obviously, to the actors and the level, but that's just world partition stuff. Engine any changes. Oh yeah, we changed the default level. That's fine. That'll make it faster to load up anyway. I think it's pretty good. Kira, what was that you sent earlier with the kids being done with math? You know, I think I've seen some similar stuff to this. Both for like reading, writing, and math, kids are just absolutely failing. And it's not good. It's kind of just being covered up.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, do it. '11th grade level in a language skills in California. That's like 50%. Aren't adults also unable? Probably. There was some metric, like some test that they administered, but the last time they administered it was, I think, in like 2011 for reading and writing. And they stopped administering it because kids were essentially just failing. I don't remember the name of that though. It wasn't the NAPLAN. There's some other term for it. I would know it if I saw it. Wasn't the NAP, was it? Maybe it is. I don't remember where I saw it. Kids' brains are cooked. Too much Cocomelon, too much TikTok. AI slop. We're the last smart ones, chat. Just us. We're intelligent. Except for all the things that we don't know and are unintelligent about. But who cares about those things anyway? Right? There we go. There's the snifferonies. Okay, so tomorrow we will continue with Into the Chasm documentation. I don't think that'll take too long. But worst case, we'll do it for half. We still need to finish KCD2, and we are like running out of time. It's horrible. So we'll do documentation for half the day so we don't just ruin our brains. Worst case, we continue it on Friday. We should have a good plan. I don't know if there's anything. It all comes down to what we talk about on Saturday. If we have a plan and there are things that I need to do in Into the Chasm, we can do those on Thursday and Friday, but otherwise we're back to the Immersive Sim Toolkit. I'm going to quickly draw out what we're doing and why we're doing it, because I know that there's been a lot of questions about, not even just today, but throughout like the last few weeks of why we're working on these two projects. Do we have a game in mind? The answer is yes. For both Into the Chasm and the Immersive Sim Toolkits, we have games in mind, but we're not working on them explicitly, but we're about to. I'm going to open up Paint. Always the best place to go. Okay, so here's the plans. We have Into the Chasm, right? This is our platformer. Also known as Kill Yourself. Don't do that in real life though, please. Pretty big. Make that smaller. Okay, second we have Immersive Sim Toolkit. This, oh, where did it go? Damn you! Here's our timeline, right? From here, let's say 2026. And, you know, beyond, but we'll just write 2027. It's easier if there's dates, right? But the dates don't matter. The Immersive Sim Toolkit is intended to be developed long term. We have no timeline or expectation of finishing this because we don't know everything that should be in there. We have a set of desires, but this is our long term. We always have it there. It always needs work, sort of thing. Let's make it dark red. No, make it blue. I hate that blue. Let's make it darker blue. That's better. So that's being worked on in the background at all times, and we're jumping between it when we need to. Into the Chasm was on hold temporarily due to life events for the people that were intended to be involved. Thankfully, those have been dealt with, and we're ready to jump into full development for that. But my time isn't needed there 24/7 because we will actually have people making the art for it, working on the level itself. I might have a few days a week or a few weeks per month where I'm doing some work for it, jumping when I'm needed, but when I'm not needed, I'm back in Immersive Sim Toolkit. We have an idea for Into the Chasm, sci-fi, precision platformer. We're working on that right now, and we should have a good idea of what that's supposed to look like before the end of the year, jumping into production of the, well, pre-production on the prototype. So that's going to start officially sooner here, and we might just say, look, let's just keep talking about it and then start it in 2026, but that's not intended to take too long to make, realistically. That's more like a 3 to 6 month project. At least to start with. So that's here. But like I said, my time is not always going to be up here. When I am needed, I'm up here. When I'm not needed, I'm back down here. Now, the Immersive Sim Toolkit, we have 2 game ideas that have some decent relevance and interest to the team so far. But we're still refining what those themes, those settings should be. So, the purpose of the toolkit is to be agnostic systems that can exist in any immersive sim and could be easily turned off if needed. And we can take those forward and make, game 1, iterate on the mechanics a little bit, you refine them by working on this game, and then take this to game 2. That's the purpose of that toolkit. And then onwards to game 3, game 4, game 5, whatever. That's why we're taking so much time to develop it correctly, make a really solid foundation and backbone, reduce bugs or hard-coded problems, decouple the systems as much as possible, and then we build the games on top of that once we're ready. So we're taking the time working on the platformer to get that started, and then in this time refine some ideas and a setting, something unique, something interesting, and then start the pre-production of that probably sometime, I don't know, early 2026, probably not. Late quarter 1, quarter 2-ish 2026 is when we'll do that, and then that will continue forward. And that's intended to be our toolkit going forward to make immersive sims and stuff and RPGs and Like I said, it's decoupled agnostic systems. If we don't need to be able to pick up items and toss them, you just don't include the input mappings, or you remove the you don't inherit from the parent for that, right? So it's very easy to just turn off the ability to have those things. Does that make sense, kind of? Does that help explain why I'm just sitting in the toolkit making a bunch of bullshit? I can't talk about the plans for our games yet, though, for the immersive sims, because they're just not refined enough. But I can say one of them is intended to be more like a as expected immersive sim, sci-fi. We were thinking like a space station or a station that's on an asteroid. Some thoughts about that, robots and whatnot. And then a detective immersive sim game that is very promising. But we need to think about the technical limitations of that one a bit more. But I am excited for that. Because there hasn't really been a truly interesting immersive sim detective game yet. And we could be the first. But we don't know if it's fun yet, because we don't have any competition to say, oh yeah, they did this thing and this is fun over here, so we can do something similar and it should be validated for that community. So that one's more risky. The traditional immersive sim is way less risky. It's just also competing with a lot more sci-fi immersive sims. It's a very... How many immersive sims do you guys know that are sci-fi? Oh, most of them? Okay. But the detective one, not so much. Only game that does immersive sim detective stuff is Shadows of Doubt, really. And ours would be pretty different from that. Because that's kind of built with procedural generation in mind. Ours wouldn't be. Immersive strip club sim, strip club sim. I mean, technically it could be used for that. Pick up dollar bills, I don't know. Lots of ideas, but the goal of Immersive Sim Toolkit right now is decoupled, agnostic systems. I can show you the spreadsheet for it that we have. Here it is. Ignore F and D, because we had a call about it, so we kind of just answered it. But he kind of agrees with my implementation and stuff. So we have partial movement. We're missing some things: crouch jump, climbing ladders and pipes or whatever. Mantling, climbing is mostly done, but I want to have crouch, mantling, and climbing, but I don't know how that's going to look yet. Vaulting, we don't have. Leaning left and right should be pretty easy. But we just need to make the animation blending states, and I don't know how to do that yet because we're using the new character controller. Most actions we have, Cuthbert just made open and closing containers like Amnesia style, and he's merged that over into the immersive sim toolkit now, but we have to go and test it out and see how it's working. So that might be done or might almost be done, but it is partially done. We gotta work on that. We have nothing related to combat and weapons, but we really just need to be able to, like, use weapons, melee and firearms, because that covers pretty much everything. Make sure to put in some... We could, technically we could. Imagine, you know, let's just say a game like an Elder Scrolls universe, most of these are existing in that. That's the point. If we wanted to make a fantasy sword and board driven immersive sim, we take the toolkit, we make a new project, we disable anything we don't want, and then we add in the unique mechanics on top of that to make the unique game. Inventory and equipment we don't have anything of. That'll be annoying. Let's not talk about inventories. They're god awful. Swimming, hack, lockpicking mini games. I don't know if these necessarily need to be in the toolkit itself. Swimming probably should. but I don't want to use Fluid Flux. And then a couple of like UI stuffs like toggling HUD in minimalist mode, and then quick saving and loading would be nice to have too. That's the guy who kept saying that. You mean that was Woot Dragon and he got banned for arguing with me for 8 hours saying that Nvidia and Epic were working together to overheat computers so that they would sell more GPUs. And that he believed that nanite was a post-processing effect that blurred meshes. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff. That was an interesting day. And then he gaslit me too for like 5 hours. Only real person we've ever had to ban in our chat. It's been him. Undervolted your CPU and GPU anyway. It'll last longer. So that's the plan. I hope that gives you a bit more of a understanding of why we're in these two projects and jumping between them. It's going to remain that way for a little while. You know, it's kind of hard to wake up each day and say, oh, we need to now do this and this and this thing, because sometimes I just need to sit and think about it. It's annoying being your own producer and all that. Next week, for at least 2 days, potentially 3, we're doing charity streams for Make-A-Wish. I will be setting that up this weekend. And we'll probably just be playing some games with crowd control enabled, so it should be pretty chill, pretty fun. And you guys can, if you donate, you get a package of games, but please don't do it yet, so that we can reach our goal. This is the full set of games that you'll get for £35 or $35. Pretty good set of games. Pretty nice stuff. So I hope we can reach our goal of $100 raised for charity. That's it. I'm done yapping. Only thing I can add is if anybody's new here, we have a YouTube channel. We post all of our days of development on there. I have a Twitter that I need to use more but don't. We have a Discord. That's about it. And our game is up on Steam. If you want to play the game that we've released as a studio, you can play it. It's called Coin Pusher Reloaded, and it is free on Steam. And Unreal 5.7.1 came out today. So make sure to update. Oh, and Fab assets, Fab free assets are available. It logged me out of Fab again. Great. I will get those at home, but we can take a look at what they are. We have a Dark Knight. I'm prepared to see that in a bunch of Kickstarters. Plain idle animations. Does look nice though. Good stuff. Dodge It component. Easy and responsive setup for a directional dodging system. Wait for it to load. Okay. Oh my god. Those are some wild animations. If you need dodges, there they are. In what looks like Unreal Engine 4. And last one is a stylized spruce forest. That's pretty good looking. Would have liked that when we were working on Colden Chronicles. That's pretty nice though. Cute little level. Was with those anims? I think so, yeah. I don't see why I wouldn't. Mid drawing, he just went for the animations, right? Yoink those right out of there. Alright, well that's it for me today. I am gonna go home. But maybe, let me see. Hold the phone. Let's go raid Honest Dan. He's working on the Honest Jam, day 5 of a game jam, and he's in Unreal. Let's go give him some love. You guys ready? I'm ready. Let's do it. Alright guys, have fun with the raid. Go give him some love. He's super chill. He's super awesome. Stick around. Give him a follow. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Otherwise, we